Risks, organized by Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, ICRIER. I am Sulakshana Rao, Senior Fellow at ICRIER, and I have the privilege of conducting today's proceedings. And today's roundtable brings together policymakers, industry leaders, multilateral organizations, and researchers to deliberate on one of the most critical challenges facing Indian agriculture and globally, of course, ensuring secure, affordable, and diversified fertilizer supply in an increasing turbulent geopolitical landscape. And we are honored to have with us an eminent group of distinguished guests, Professor K.V. Raju, member NITI Aayog, a noted economist and development policy expert. Professor Ramesh Chand, former member NITI Aayog and foremost agricultural economist. Mr. Gyanendra Tripathi, Additional Secretary DARE and Secretary ICAR, a 1998 batch IAS officer. Mr. Takayuki Hagiwara, FAO representative India, and he has been here since May 2023. Dr. Maximo Torero, Chief Economist, Food and Agricultural Organization, joining us all the way from Rome online. And Mr. Andrew D. Goodland, Lead Agricultural Specialist, World Bank, India. We also welcome, on behalf of the Department of Fertilizer, Joint Secretary Mr. K.K. Pathakji, who has joined us today to discuss this relevant topic. And we welcome you all to the session chairs, speakers, and all the participants. To set the stage for our discussion today, I now have the pleasure of requesting Dr. Shekhar Aiyar, Director and Chief Executive of ICRIER, to deliver the welcome remarks. Sir, the floor is yours.
Hello. So good morning, everyone. On behalf of ICRIER, it's my pleasure to welcome you to today's roundtable discussion. The topic is de-risking India's fertilizer subsidy supplies and demand management amid rising geopolitical risks. The timing of this discussion is extremely important because food, fertilizer, and fuel have today emerged as major global strategic concerns. Over the last few years, the world has moved from one disruption to another, from the COVID-19 pandemic to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and now growing instability in West Asia. What makes the current situation particularly critical is the strategic importance of the Straits of Hormuz, one of the world's most vital energy corridors, through which 20 to 25% of the global seaborne oil trade and a significant share of LNG supplies pass every day. The region is equally critical for fertilizer trade, especially for crude, gas, urea, sulfur, ammonia, DAP, and other key inputs essential for global agriculture. Now, everyone in this room will have read the somewhat optimistic headlines from last night, talking about a possible peace deal between the USA and Iran. So this is something devoutly to be wished for, but there's still a lot of uncertainty. It's not clear how quickly a ceasefire is going to be implemented, let alone a permanent settlement. Meanwhile, there's already been a lot of damage to existing infrastructure. There are several refineries and pipelines in the area which have suffered damage, which could take years, if not decades, to come back to full steam. And of course, any peace that is negotiated could be ephemeral and easily reversible. So I think we're in for a long period of geopolitical and geostrategic uncertainty. And it is in this context that this extremely important conference is taking place. For a country like India, the implications are very far-reaching. India is among the world's largest consumers of fertilizers, yet remains heavily dependent on imports of natural gas, phosphatic raw materials, potash, ammonia, and sulfur. This makes our agricultural economy highly vulnerable to disruptions in global energy and fertilizer supply chains. What is equally concerning is the cascading impact of these disruptions. It is no longer only an energy crisis. Rising fuel and fertilizer prices directly increase subsidy burdens, raise the cost of cultivation, fuel food inflation, and place added pressure on public finances. At ICRIER, we recently released a policy brief which made the back of the envelope calculation that simply keeping the prices of petrol and diesel fixed could cost up to 0.6% of GDP every year. And this is at a time when the government is justifiably very proud of the kind of fiscal consolidation it's been doing. So, the status of public finances is certainly a major concern for policymakers. At the same time, this crisis also offers an opportunity to rethink resilience. It is now time for policymakers to focus on building resilient supply chains through strategic reserves, diversified sourcing, and stronger contingency planning. For India, this means enhancing domestic resilience while promoting balanced fertilization, improving nutrient use efficiency, and encouraging sustainable demand management. At the same time, there's a growing need to attract investments in cleaner energy systems, green ammonia, green hydrogen, and next-generation sustainable fertilizer technologies to secure both food and energy systems for the future. Today's roundtable brings together distinguished policymakers, diplomats, industry leaders, researchers, and international organizations to deliberate on these critical issues. I am confident that today's discussions will generate valuable insights and practical policy recommendations. With those words, I would very much like to thank all our distinguished guests for making the time from their busy schedules to attend today and wish the deliberations great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Aiyar, for articulating the significance of today's discussion so eloquently. I now invite Dr. Ashok Gulati, Distinguished Professor, ICRIER, to provide an introduction to the topic.
Thank you, Sulakshana, and thanks to all the distinguished participants here for coming. At the beginning of this thought started off, we were in an event in Bharat Mandapam, and it so happened that the finance minister, when she came, the seat that was empty was next to me. So she sat down with me and we started discussing issues, what's going to happen. And she said that food security is not just for food, this is a question of national security for us. And that struck me that if we have to ensure our national security through food security, and food security cannot be ensured unless we have fertilizer security. 3 persons on this planet have to be thanked for saving millions of lives, who have contributed the most to the global food security. One, of course, was the Nobel laureate Norman Borlaug for coming up with high-yielding variety seeds. There was no prize for agriculture, so he was given the Nobel Prize for Peace, because saving so many lives is critical. But many in the non-fertilizer area may not know there are 2 other persons who also got Nobel Prize. One was Fritz Faber and the other was Karl Bosch. They are the ones who captured nitrogen from the air and put it into the soil, because the seed will deliver the best only when the soil is nourished properly, so that otherwise soil doesn't have that much of nutrients to play. Now, India was doing all natural farming before 65. There was no fertilizer, chemical fertilizer consumption. And you know what had happened. We had droughts and we were living literally from ship to mouth, dependent on US PL 480. And worse than India was China. Between 58 to 61, 30 million people died of starvation because there were no these high-yielding variety seeds or chemical fertilizers. although I would like to go towards natural farming and all the associated things, taking care of the planet, but the way population has increased all over the world, and India is number one, you cannot achieve food security today without the use of chemical fertilizers. Honorable Prime Minister has been talking number of times that he wants to reduce the consumption of chemical fertilizers to half. But we then go with 5 more new plants of urea, all under government ownership, because private sector is not coming forward. So we started looking at how to use these chemical fertilizers in the most optimal way. And given the current crisis, there is no option but to tide over this difficulty in a most rational manner. There is one side of the story that there is supply alternatives. We have put in too many eggs in the Gulf countries, not only for urea imports. 25-26, we imported about 10-11 million tons of urea. We are consuming about 40 million tons of urea in 25-26. So it's about 25% dependent. But whatever being produced in India, 80 to 85% of the gas that is being used is also coming from there. So we worked it out overall, how much is the dependence on imports. And Dr. Nand, who has been working with us, we worked it out commodity by commodity of the fertilizers. And our estimate is that if you take care of the imports of the feedstocks, about 68 to 70% is the dependence of India on imports of the total fertilizer industry. And a substantial part of that, especially urea and gas, is concentrated in GCC countries. And that's where the problem is coming. Now, what would be the alternatives, how to fix those on the supply side? I don't want to steal the thunder of the lady of the day. Ritika will be giving a presentation on the report. But I do want to emphasize, which is less discussed, and that is the demand side story. Because we always say, oh, the entire ministry right now is busy in arranging the supplies. Whereas there is a huge opportunity to improve the utilization of this. That is what we call the demand side. And that is related to policy. And policy of pricing, policy of product innovations. Very recently, they announced that non-subsidized fertilizers cannot be tagged to this. What are we doing? I think we have seen when we decontrolled the cement sector, decontrolled literally the petrol, diesel, and all that. The results have been much, much better. But I think we are stuck with this particular sector, which is every day being controlled. The pricing is fixed for the last, I think, almost 15 years. There is hardly any more than that. So, and that is creating all sorts of distortions and all sorts of environmental problems. The NPK balance is very distorted compared to what the state universities recommend. So the crop response ratio has declined over a period of time. Soluble fertilizers, where the nutrient use efficiency can be as high as 90%, they are not subsidized, but the granular urea, where the nutrient use efficiency is 35-40%, is being thrown. So I think there is a lot that we need to do if we can think of the ways how to manage not only the supply side, but also the demand side. And for that, the policy role is extremely critical. And we would like to learn, and I think Dr. Raju, this is your biggest challenge perhaps now sitting in NITI, to come up with a real NITI for fertilizers because this is overdue in the country. And we would be happy to work with NITI as a knowledge partner or whatever association you want to have. We have done enough research in this area for the last 2 years, particularly. and we will be spending more time on this. The product innovations will take place when there is change in the policy. And then you unleash totally new products which can give you much higher nutrient use efficiency and the complex fertilizers that will come and so on and so forth. And not only that, the biofertilizers and biochar people are here. When will the natural farming or biofertilizers will take off if we are hugely subsidizing chemical fertilizers? So it is not a very equitable incentive structure in the system. So despite the fact that Prime Minister wants to promote natural farming and all that, it's an uphill task unless you change this policy. So we are coming up with that, okay, if you can give it on per acre basis, that's what China does. And they give it on per acre basis and decontrol the system, and then the innovations will start. But there is an issue of tenancy and so on and so forth. We have some solutions to that. But I would also love to hear from the international bodies, because FAO has the responsibility of global food security, and if they have any good examples which India can learn from, that would be very helpful. And same thing from the World Bank on both sides. And our domestic players are very much here, both who have spent 10 years in NITI, Ramesh, Dr. Ramesh, and now Dr. Raju. And our technical people who are right here from ICAR. We would love to hear what is the solution, and we will put our views. I think Ritika will do that. Thank you very much once again for coming, and we look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, sir, for putting the supply and demand management and the role of policy in doing that. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the formal release of the report titled Ensuring India's Fertilizer Security Amid Rising Geopolitical Risks, authored by Ritika, Juneja, Sachidanand, Emil Thomas Johnny, and Ashok Gulati. I request our distinguished guests on the dais to please come forward for the report release, and the authors too.
Yes. Thank you very much for having us. I thought I was going to use
Thank you and congratulations to the team. Moving on, now I have the honor of inviting Professor K.V. Raju, member NITI Aayog, to deliver the special address.
At the outset, I'm extremely thankful to ICRIER and all the other organizers and associations. This is very timely. I'm so glad right in the middle of the crisis, ICRIER has jumped into this useful and productive discussions. I'm also glad FAO has so quickly has produced this book or booklet, which they have said. I hope that's going to be in their website. I'm definitely at the end of the day, we look for definitely a productive and useful suggestions. There are two things. One is at the macro level. A clear discussion paper says that. FAO discussion paper also talks about macro level issues. Ramesh Chan and me and others, those who are into the field, and also our departments from Fertilizers, DARE, and others, we look for a little ground level. Can we achieve that? Please help us to understand the ground level scenarios. As you go through both the discussion papers, I was going through the last 3 days and quickly browsing through FAO's thing. Page 10 in the FAO graph talks about import sources, a nice diagram. But please tell us, how do we switch over to the alternative sources of imports? How? Can World Bank chip in? Can ADB chip in? Or the FAO itself can help us to walk on this forward? The crisis is obvious. There's no further details or analysis and figures to talk about. What NITI Aayog, Professor Ramesh, and I hope he agrees on this, we look for, okay, tell us what type of alternatives you are saying. Professor Ashok Gulati rightly said, biochar, biofertilizers, is very good, but how much is available, how much we can do in this year? How to enable these alternative sources more production? How to build the network of distribution. In my village, if I produce, can I supply to the neighboring village? Who takes care of those distribution? The Hindustan Unilever is a different story. The cool drinks distribution is a different story. Can we link it up? Those who worked in the field, distribution agencies and other, they understand how difficult it is to bring them up. Perishable or non-perishable. Help us to understand how do we link it up. Ultimately, as most of the agriculture economists at the distributive analysts talks about, how do we enable accessibility and availability of alternative sources of fertilizer? Can you tell us? What is the global practices tells about in China, in Brazil, or Mexico, or Peru? Tell us, how do we do this? Don't blame the officers. Don't blame the things. HAL will not take this. Coca-Cola and Pepsi, don't take this. Tell us how. Ultimately, you are all asking, I will also ask the same question, by end of this year, 26-27, can we reduce use of chemical fertilizer at least by 15%, if not more? Tell us how. We need to develop, with all your support, implementable action plan, right? Both at the national level and also at the state level, and then trickle down to the district level. Where is the action plan is going to come and when? Because pretty soon we are getting into the Kharif 2026. Whether we like it or not, in 2 months, all over the country, it will be Kharif. Tell us how. Don't come back after 12 months or 10 months that we didn't do this. Look at there. We had a 2 hours discussions with all the DGs and DDGs. Now they're also working on this. Same story with the fertilizer. We need to help them to design a better ways of doing things. In fact, when me and Ashok were traveling in the dry districts of Rajasthan, Bikaner, Sri Ganganagar, Jaisalmer, and also in northern Karnataka, payback, we were all wondering, how do we putting the last things first? As Robert Chambers rightly said, can we do that? Can we ensure at the district level, how do you do this? You pick up 100 districts, you pick up 300 districts, choice is yours. Tell us, what's your action plan? Implementable, that's what we are looking for. Some alternatives, as you know very well, I try to put few. One, can we move to the crop diversification, which are low fertilizer use crops? from heavy fertilizer use crops? Are there something you know very well? You have all these things. Can you tell us? Reduce the heavy chemical fertilizer use crops. You know very well. Can we reduce them? Ultimately, farmer wants income per acre. Use fertilizer alternative crops. Which are those? Indian Journal of Agriculture Economics, agronomists, agri-extensions, huge articles, huge reports. Tell us how to do this. Can we enable our KVKs, Krishi Vignan Kendras, or agri-universities to adopt a large-scale demo to show, yes, it's possible? Where are they? Which universities can we do that? Can we enable them? Please tell us how. There is a beautiful graph I was referring to, FAO report in page 10. The import of chemical fertilizer use, if it's a problem in the Hermos, can we do it to the other sources? Which ones? Can we do it to Russia? Can we explore Canada? Can we explore Australia? Can we do the parts of Africa? Tell us. Can all our multilateral agencies, can they help us to do this? This year, not after 5 years. Crisis is now. Treatment is required now. At the same time, the investment options, can we get into the more mining of raw materials like rock phosphate? We have some big traders here, rock phosphate and the potash. Can we do the indigenous production, the plant expansion, both quantity and also establishing more plants in doing this? On the other side, can we promote nutrient-based subsidy scheme rather than a cash-based subsidy scheme? Can we link that up? Please tell us how. Then, can we increase the nutrient use efficiency of the crop? Maybe nano fertilizers, nano urea, or nano DAP. Tell us how. Please tell us. Of all the rich network of fertilizer companies, sugar companies, universities, and KVKs, can we show that this year? And show at the end of this time, next year, we can come back. Here is the ICRIER's solid plan. And the other agencies' collaboration. Please tell us to do this one. Please utilize or bring the convergence, and we need your suggestions on the PM Kisan, PM Pranam, and the other ones. Please tell us, how do we bring a convergence? If you think they are not good, tell us how. How can we convergence these? There may be national level, there also may be state level schemes. Tell us how. Similarly, there is agri-stack information available, digital. First time in this country is available agri-stack information. Please tell us, by using this database, which specific crops we should promote or not to promote, and how much. So subsidy or a sub-distribution should be linked to this acre basis, not everything. Then it goes somewhere else. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience and listening.
Thank you, Professor Raju, for highlighting the need of an action plan which is implementable for both access and availability of fertilizers. We now move to the keynote address. It is a privilege to invite Professor Ramesh Chand, former member NITI Aayog, to share his perspectives on the topic. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, and good morning to all. Since we now have a new member in NITI Aayog, so I have this title former with my name. So, but the ideas that I'm going to share with you are not former ideas. So I will see that maybe some of them are more freer ideas related to fertilizer sector and agriculture sector. And we have I think 3 hours even after this session when we will be discussing various issues in detail.
Now I will only touch some important aspects of fertilizer sector in India. One is, we all know that fertilizer has played very important role in agriculture growth of this country. The estimate varies, production elasticity or factor share people calculate from Cobb-Douglas production function, but the share of fertilizer. So study shows that in different phases in India, fertilizer accounts for 10 to 20% of increase in production, agriculture, crop production in this country. So that is at the overall that the role of fertilizer is very, very significant. Contributing 1/5 of the growth is not a small thing. That so many other things happening, area expanding, crop intensity increasing, irrigation rising, new varieties coming. So despite all those things, if fertilizer is contributing between 10 to 20%, it's a sizable contribution. It is not small contributions. And my own projections are that if India is to seriously move towards goal of Viksit Bharat, then agriculture sector need to have a growth rate of at least 4%. The moment it comes down 4%, you will find that then the goal of 8-9% growth in economy get derailed. So if we want to move in that direction, now we take that as a guiding path for us. Then if we apply that, given this elasticity, what will be the growth rate in fertilizers? Then I think to maintain the required momentum in growth rates of agriculture sector, we cannot take a view that we will not encourage growth of fertilizer use in this country. But definitely we will address issues which are of concern related to increase in fertilizer in this country. Then I had written something, and after seeing this paper from FAO, what I wanted to say got further confirmed, that if you look at any country in the world which has higher productivity than India, that country also has higher per hectare fertilizer use than India. So you will not find that any country having higher productivity than India is having lower fertilizer use than India. So if we want India to come to the world stage to have same productivity as China is having, or Brazil is having, or other countries are having, you look at their fertilizer use also. It is much, much higher than what is the fertilizer use per hectare in India. So those, I think, are the broad aspects that, notwithstanding the slogans, India cannot dispense with growth in fertilizer. But there are issues related to that: indiscriminate use, inefficient use, imbalanced fertilizer use. They are serious issues. But I think overall we have to work on a path where we have to ensure reasonable growth in fertilizer in this country. Now, the second question on which this report is focused, that how we have that much of fertilizer without any shock in supply. There are, I would say, a couple of things which India can explore, because we find that last 5 years, this shock has happened in a very serious way twice. And the way world is going ahead, we can expect that these kind of shocks will keep happening. So if those shocks are happening, and Nandji and Ashokji, they came with a very good estimate, very interesting number, that it is not that India import only 20% of urea. If you consider the gas that goes into production of urea, then our import dependence is as high, combining P and K, 68 to 70%. Very good number they have generated to shake the conscience of this country that dependence on fertilizer is not 40%. It is actually 70%. Now coming to this, is this dependence something which is very, very bad, or we can handle it? I feel if we can handle this dependence to our advantage, then it should not cause any concern. And it is possible. How it is possible? If the import cost me $1, but by using that import, I can earn in export $1.5. I think then it is worth having that import and worth having that export. So if $1 of import of fertilizer help us in export of agri-food product more than $1, then I think that is should be the broad principle for us, that it may not be bad, but we need to handle it to ensure that volatility is not very damaging. There is some smooth supply. And how we can do this? One, what I used to say in many fora is that we should see that the highest dependence of India in import other than crude is in case of edible oil. India consume more imported edible oil than domestically produced edible oils. So you imagine that 1.45 billion people meeting 55% of their consumption of edible oil from imports. And then you look at what is the instability in prices of edible oil in this country, and you compare it other than wheat and rice, because their prices are regulated by government. You will find that the price volatility in edible oil is not higher than what is the price volatility in other category of food where we are not importing. I'm not making the case for import, but lesson I draw from this is that if we can diversify our import of fertilizer, the way we have diversified our import of edible oil, that excessive dependence on Malaysia and Indonesia in a very planned manner was reduced. The share of palm oil also reduced in the total baskets. So one is that if in any case we have to go for import, and I think in any case we have to go for import of fertilizer, we can reduce it in case of urea, but we can't reduce it in case of K, where 100% is imported. We don't have that mineral. And P also, except in Rajasthan, we have some deposit. Other places we don't have. So I think we should think of these kind of, we should have these kind of learnings from other sectors and apply those in case of fertilizer. Increasing domestic reliance is very important on several grounds. Once you produce something domestic economy, you create employment and all those kind of things. So I feel that Make in India, fertilizer should be covered in those kind of things. Fertilizer used to be with me. In fact, after annual review, twice I sent strong recommendation that the sector which deserve most to be put under PLI is the chemical sectors. The dependence on chemical is so high, and that too in one country. So that if we have to give PLI, it should first go to chemical. But then Secretary Chemical told me that if entire PLI comes to chemical, even then its impact will be very small because import is so huge. So I think chemical and fertilizer are the kind of sectors where we should provide all incentives for domestic productions. And there are other reasons also why in case of urea, where it was possible to reduce our import dependence, because in any case, the feedstock has to come. But if we are producing urea within the country, then the dependence reduced by 60%. Then it dependence is only on the feedstock, not on the final product. So urea is one type of fertilizer where we can easily not vanish our import dependence as long as energy, the feedstock is coming, but import dependence can be considerably reduced. So we should provide incentive to investments. We have been talking about it. We have been identifying the reasons about it. But it is our style in this country that when crisis is there, we organize debate. We feel highly concerned. Once the crisis is over after 2 hours, we just go to slumber and say, no, now there is no need. But I think we should do something. And it is possible in case of urea. There are some active proposal under consideration. JS Fertilizer will be knowing, not proper for me to share those because they are cabinet note kind of things. But India is really seriously thinking to increase investment in urea production. Industry also has its concerns that if you are keeping price frozen, and then expecting investment, these two things cannot go together. So I think some reform on fertilizer side, which this report from ICRIER has also talked when they discuss 5 reforms, they adequate emphasis is there on this kind of thing. But I would say that in case of urea, as I said, that if we are importing feedstock versus if we are importing urea in the final form, the import dependence reduced by 60%. So we should do that kind of thing. Whatever investment we can make, we should create that kind of climate for investment in urea. That is one way. Second is coming to feedback. Before I left NITI, about 2 months before that, some players were coming and they were saying that it is now feasible and economical to use coal-based gas as a feedstock for fertilizer. China is already moving in this direction. You might have read that they are aggressively going for tapping coal-based energy because the way climate change and those kind of things are happening. Maybe after 50, 60 years, world will come to a consensus that no coal is to be used. So it is only in that period that we can make use of coal, and we have biggest reserve of coal in the world. Though quality is an issue for our coal, but we have that reserve. And the proposal which are coming from industry, I think they should be seriously considered that we use that gas as a feedstock for urea. Third, of course, which Dr. Raju also alluded to, is use of organic manure. There are possibilities. It's not that there is no possibility at all. We know that farmyard manure contain 1% nitrogen, 0.5% P, and little less than that K. It is there. And if you apply, say, 1 cartload of farmyard manure, so you are giving, say, 10 kg of nitrogen, some 4 or 5 kg of P and K, and those kind of possibilities are also there. But since we made urea almost free in this country, that farmer thought, why to handle this animal manures? Why to even do something to increase compost and those kind of things? I think that is another potential source which can be very good complement as well as very good substitute for urea, for efficiency, organic manure, organic content in the soils, which increase efficiency of chemical fertilizer. But there is some possibility. Calculation can be done that what is the possibility that by increasing organic manure, we can reduce the demand for inorganic manure. That is, I think, very, very important. But if we do not do that, then we are always touting agriculture generates huge surplus. In fact, if you look at the final figure, of course, exports are 2 times the imports, so we are net importer. But if you factor in the figure which Ashok has given in his report, 27 billion, if you add the feedstock, import, and the final product, those kind of things, and if you consider how much diesel goes into tractor, etc., and all of it comes from import, if you add those, you just find the surplus of agriculture sector, net trade surplus of agriculture sector just evaporates. It's not there. So we need to create real surplus in agriculture after factoring in these kind of things, and that require that we do whatever possible, and it is possible. It is not that it is not possible. Right now, we are not only increasing dependence, we are even doing damage to our natural resources. So these two reports which have come from ICRIER, one I released, I think, a month back, Healing Soils, where they have very nicely quantified what kind of damage is being done to natural resources, long-term productivity, sustainability. And this report, which look at production side of fertilizer, the two report together, I think, make the complete story of fertilizer sector, that how we can have way forward for fertilizer sectors. But to do that, I think we need to shed lot of myths from fertilizer sectors. One myth is that I can just tell you that why there is this imbalance. I did a study where I look at last 40, 50 years in which direction the imbalance moved. I did that study before moving to NITI that covered period up to 11, and there's a paper in EPW in 15. And left to itself, if government doesn't apply the shock, you will be surprised to know that farmers tend to move toward balanced use of fertilizers. Then you will find that for 6-7 years, farmers have moved toward balanced use of fertilizer. But then government give a shock that if earlier subsidy on urea was 20%, we are increasing it to 40%. Then again, farmers started moving gradually. In one go, it get back. But then again, farmers start moving toward balanced use of fertilizer. Then again, government comes that earlier, if subsidy was 60%, we are increasing now it to 80%. So it is, I think, artificially induced shock, because of which things have gone into that direction. And everywhere we talk about evidence-based policy. So I feel that if we have to go for evidence-based policy, then the evidence suggests that we should be doing exactly opposite of what we have been doing. Like, I am not against subsidy. We need to give subsidy. But we should not have the policy of prices of urea frozen for almost 20 years. Price frozen. Have you heard anywhere in the country price of a input frozen? When other prices are increasing on an average every year by 5% or 6%. So I think we should have that, okay, we will give 50% subsidy on urea or 60% subsidy on urea, whatever. But we should not freeze the price. We should freeze the subsidy percent or absolute amount. If we do that, you will find that investment will start coming. Farmer will be induced to have balanced use. They will have incentive to make more use of organic fertilizer, bioslurry, and things like that. So I think that it's not that the choice before India is not there. But I would say the choice before India to reduce import dependence to zero is not there. But the choice before India to lower the import dependence is quite distinct. That choice is with us, and we can do that. So I think in the subsequent technical session, we will discuss these points in more detail, look at both what are implication of taking any other steps. And with this, I congratulate ICRIER that, as usual, they have come out with the evidence-based papers, which can serve as a very good guide for way forward in fertilizer sector and agriculture sector of India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your keynote remarks. I now invite Mr. Gyanendra Tripathi ji, Additional Secretary, DARE, and Secretary ICAR, to deliver his remarks.
Very good morning, everyone. After hearing such illuminating options that we are exploring and we are having in our hand, I would not like to go through the entire material which has been given, because I joined ICR only very recently. So the options which are already there, we can very succinctly say that supply side options, the demand side options. So on the, I would like to put little bit on the supply side, because supply side, lot of things have been said. And one thing which is there, that this five-fold issues for diversification of supply through innovative materials like nano fertilizers and green ammonia, then policy support linking subsidies to soil health cards. It has already been spoken. Enhancing manufacturing capacity through infrastructure status to the fertilizer industry, then strengthening green fertilizer production as green ammonia and coal gasification has already been spoken. Diversifying and making long-term supply contracts. So one very important thing which we were discussing with our team in the ICAR, it comes out that number of varieties which have been developed by the ICAR over a period of time, and they have shown the very, very efficient nutrient use. So I think those varieties need to be promoted. There is another very important thing, that in rice productivity as well as rice production, India has become #1, and perhaps we may think of that some areas which are being used for the rice production can be shifted towards the pulses production. So the self-dependence in pulses as well as this nitrogen fixing effect of the pulses can also be improved, and that can basically put a kind of dampening effect on the demand of the fertilizers. So this is another thing which we can think of. About subsidy thing which we are talking about, how to operationalize the subsidy. So one method, and I think very straightforward method, it can be the experience of the gas subsidy we are already having. There we can put this, because we have a very, very efficient soil health atlas of the country available with us. And if we link these two things and make the subsidy back-ended, perhaps it will be a very, very game-changing kind of proposition in demand optimization. So if we take these 3-4 steps which we are already in the process, then I'm coming to one more thing, that is the precision nutrient management, and there also the ICR is doing a lot of activity, and certain things, soil map I've already spoken. Thereafter, this hyperspectral imaging and multispectral sensors we are using in number of cases, and it is showing very, very accurate and very, very efficient results. Combined with the use of AI, it can give a very, very real-time kind of soil health information for decision making, real-time decision making. Can be tried at district scale or maybe at state scale kind of digital twin, because we are talking a lot about digital twin, but it has remained in the plots, in the institutes, in a very small form. But can we think of making a scaled up digital twin, a district, at least a district at a time? So these are some of the suggestions which we would like to pursue from the ICR side. And thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thanks to ICRIER for organizing this discussion, and best wishes for taking the good policy decisions in future.
Thank you. Thank you, Tripathi ji. We were honored to have Secretary, Department of Fertilizer, Mr. Rajat Kumar Mishra with us today. However, due to some important official meetings, he has kindly deputed Joint Secretary, Mr. K.K. Pathak ji, to represent the department. And I request Pathak ji for his remark. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished Chair, eminent speakers, esteemed leaders of the fertilizer companies and other persons. I'm very thankful of ICRIER for convening this meeting, which is pertinent and important at this time. Without going in duplication, which is already, the perspective has already set by our previous speakers, and some of the ideas ignited by our two members of the NITI Aayog. The current situation is that we are having sufficient stock of fertilizer, almost 2 crore ton of fertilizer. By coordinating with MOPNG and different companies, we have made long-term agreements with Saudi Arab, Oman, Argentina, or Australia, or several other companies, but it has a cost. And the cost, which is in prior to this war situation, it was almost 2 lakh crore rupees subsidy, and it will grow substantially and will be a burden for us. More than it is not still, I think, can be projected as of now, but it could be more than 3. It could be, if problem persists. Since I am from philosophical background, if something is created, some problem is created by human, that can be solved by human only. It is not a natural phenomenon. What are the solutions? We are consuming almost 7 crore ton fertilizer. Out of that, mostly from nitrogen fertilizer. 1 crore is DAP, 1.5 crore is NPK, and 4 crore of urea. Urea has some challenges. Nitrogen has its own challenges. We are absorbing only 30% of urea while applying in our soil. So some technological things could be done. We tried neem coated urea. We are not succeed, but we can learn from that. There are some other coating could be done by technological advancement, like zinc coated urea. We have started sulfur coated urea. Let us analyze the results. So we are making some policies also for that. When I joined this department, I heard several talks about diversion of urea, and it is certainly diverted for industrial purposes. But how much? It is issue of debate. It could be 2%, 4%, 5%, or even 10%. Several people are saying. But I thought, if we failed by coating, why we are providing urea as pure form? Nature does not produce anything pure, or does not require any fertilizer in pure form. We can put it in something which is in physical form, which could be sulfur, which could be phosphate, or any other thing which will mix. That will be very complicated for those persons who are using it for other purchases like resin or other things. What are the other scenarios where we can use our new dimensions? Professor Ramesh has rightly said, or Professor, the other member also. Diversification of crops. Why we are not diversifying our crops? When India got independence, our pulses, the availability of pulses is per capita almost 60 to 65 gram. Right now, it is almost 35 gram. The source of protein for vegetarians, it is only available source of protein. What are the solutions? What Steve Jobs said, innovation is connecting dots between farmer, farm, and fertilizer, connecting dots between policy, process, and the product. We require food grains for PDS, but not oil seeds, not pulses. In most of the states, we don't provide in PDS. But in midday meal, almost 12 crore beneficiaries are there, midday meal, which is PM portion right now. And in supplementary nutrition program, 8 crore beneficiaries are there in Anganwadi centers. I have been secretary in a state for 1.5 years during COVID, and I have provided lentils or gram pulses to the beneficiaries. And while we started procuring the pulses, it was at the rate of 45 rupees per kg, and at the end of season, it became 60 rupees per kg due to just intervention of one state. So we should not be afraid of that. Second thing, why we are not promoting agricultural thing just like other things. If we can make ad of Sunday ho ya Monday, roj khaye ande, but have we ever promoted our agricultural things? How many of people don't know that ragi is the most calcium-rich cereal on the earth? Are we aware of that iron, the pearl millet or bajra is the most iron-rich cereal on the earth? Are we aware of that? Till sesame seed is having 15 times more calcium than milk. Tel shabd is derived from tel. What is the problem? Our Professor Ramesh has said 55% of oil is being procured or imported from abroad. The problem is that some of the nutritionists and some of the persons who are who are promoting Swadeshi, they have rightly focused on mustard oil. Mustard oil is one of the best oil in terms of omega-3 and saturated fats ratio. But we have no oil, proper oil, except sesame oil, which is used for applying paratha, puri, or other several recipes which are in daily routine of Indian cuisine. And that can be easily implemented if we promote our oil seeds, benefits of oils on social media, on various ads. We have talked about foam fertilizer, almost 400 to 500 million metric ton availability of agricultural residue and cow dung is there. We have started compressed biogas plants, and we are providing rupees 1,500 per metric ton subsidy in Govardhan scheme. But as our Professor Mishra has said, this is not rich in NPK. For NPK, we are highly dependent upon chemical fertilizer. And in cow dung manure or agricultural residue manure, it is less than 1%. So why we are providing foam as independent fertilizer? There are several things. We can add nano DAP in that, because it is used at that time of sowing. We can use biofertilizer in that, whether it be mycorrhiza or rhizobium. We can use biostimulant, bio-growth stimulant in that only. And unless we put it in FAO, we can't make it viable or I think valid for the sale. Uh, the lentils and pulses and oil seeds take almost 1/4 of urea. 1/4 of urea or even lesser than that. If 55% land is sown as cereal, covered by cereal or food grains, if a small part of that will be covered by our oil seed or pulses, that will substantially reduce the demand of nitrogenous fertilizer. In nitrogenous fertilizer also, there are some alternatives. As I have heard or read somewhere, ammonium sulfate is the best alternative, and the absorption of ammonium sulfate is almost 70% in comparison to urea, where it is almost 30%. Rest is volatilized or leached or being thrown off in the water. In some of the areas where we have taken our initiatives, we could have be on time on the process of natural gas production of urea by natural gas. We could be little late in coal gasification. We have reserve of almost 400 billion ton, and as rightly said, that coal will be redundant. Coal will be redundant due to the various reasons, but synthetic gas is nothing but a natural gas which is being synthesized by a process which is called coal gasification. And if it would have on time, really, we could be self-reliant at this time only. But we could be at time when we think about hydrogen. For me, if I see in a little bit in future, the problem persists only for 10 years. Within 10 years, the EVM's battery technology, solar technology will heavily replace the fossil fuel. And the import burden of almost 22 lakh crore will be replaced by these things, mostly replaced by them. But for natural gas, we have to come about either on coal-based gasification or hydrogen-based. And hydrogen, as soon as the coal gasification will mature, that will be replaced by hydrogen. And if solar efficiency will go in solar panel 50%, then that will replace easily the green hydrogen, because right now it is being produced by electrolyzers, which is heavily costing of energy. In various sectors, we have several challenges, but one thing is that we are providing fertilizer without identifying who is fertilizer. We are providing it by authentication of Aadhaar, but we have no data, and we are called collector Samaharta. This is the post which is mentioned in Kautilya Arthashastra. In Mughal time and even in British time, every land parcel is mapped, and the what quality of soil is there, it is mentioned. Whatever the categorization was there, it was mentioned in there. But somehow it is missing. Still, it is just a mentioning, just a tagging. What is data in agri-stack? Data is of land and the crop. And what is data of our side? Fertilizer and its quantity. And which is the identifier? It is just identifier is the Aadhaar. We are moving towards a national fertilizer sale framework, and we are hopeful within few months we will be able to show our results. But it will not be restricting in nature. Unless we restrict something, we won't be able to do much. There will be some time before going rightly to DBT. There will be a time for fertilizer substitution. If land is identified, if how much land somebody is having, we can give him a kitty of subsidy, whether you want it as DAP or urea or any other thing. It's your choice. uh, while we are going on pilot, we are showing the general fertilizer recommendations also, so that he can know that what is the real demand of the soil or the crop. And for that, we are also going to promote what will be, if you have sown cereals at this time, next time if you sow pulses, that will leave some rhizobium for other pulses, other grains also. So there are several things, and we can do a lot. Since it is a platform which is combining various people of various dimensions, we are very hopeful that some of the new ideas will come. I'm not sure about that, why we are making one urea plant of 12.7 lakh metric ton every time. However, past technology was evolved at almost 100 years ago. There will be some time if everything which is being diminished or being perished, which is creating methane or ammonia. And even we are not aware about that paddy straw, we have not underestimated its value because it is having silica. That's why cattle don't eat it. And what the urea damages with crop, it provides more water to the crop. It looks very green, but it becomes very prone to pest attack or natural calamities. Silica maintains its, it gives resilience. It cements our crops. If we make combination of two things, one is cow dung and second is silica, that will be most beneficial for in any of the crop. So there are several things, and I am very much thankful that you have given me time to talk about this. If someday some innovative ideas about technology also, if we will be able to make some micro plants of urea, that will be really beneficial and decentralized, because we transport our fertilizer 20 crore kilometers, 4 to 5 crore kilometers by train itself. So it has also a huge cost. So thank you to all, and really grateful for all the.
Thank you, Pathakji, for your remarks. I now invite Mr. Takayuki Hagiwara, FAO representative in India, to deliver his address.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And also, thank you very much, Dr. Gulati, for inviting us. When this crisis happened, Sabidia stand up. Sabidia and I started to put in our analysis into the report. And here we put together, and then she and I put together, and then Pooja made the beautiful book like this. So I'm very grateful to my staff member. And then when we finished this report, I contacted Andrew 1 month ago, and then requesting having the similar kind of the round table. And we started thinking about an almost exact kind of the member that we would like to bring together. And then we received the invitation from the Dr. Gulati organizing the same type of the round table. So we jumped, and then we requested the Dr. Gulati to organize jointly. And then thank you very much for receiving our proposal. We believe that FAO believes that India stands at the critical juncture. In Japanese, I'm Japanese language. When we have the crisis, we use the Chinese character. That it has the crisis has the two characters. One is the danger, the other one is an opportunity. And those two combined character called, we say kiki, but it's a crisis. And so the crisis brings the dangerous situation, but at the same time, opportunity. And this dual meaning is particularly relevant we believe that India agri-food system today. The challenges and the confronting India agriculture are very serious, but also they represent rare opportunity for India to overcome and transform agri-food system, we believe. A couple of weeks ago, before the Prime Minister went to Rome and received the medal, Agricola medal, it's the highest medal FAO provides. And the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, has demonstrated the political courage by calling on the farmers to reduce the fertilizer use by half. And I was very shocked, to be honest. And I was not expecting that sort of a statement. But such statement would have once been considered politically unthinkable in agrarian economy as large and complex as India's. But yet, under his leadership, India maybe to now have the unique moment to move forward with the deeper structural reform in agriculture. So this is what I'm calling an opportunity that India faces right now. This transformation will require very difficult time, but necessary, and then discussion on the future of the fertilizer and other agriculture subsidies while encouraging greater diversification. Everybody talks about the pulses and other crops, and toward the more diversification and the soybeans and maybe the maize, particularly in the area where the rice cultivation is becoming environmentally and economically unsustainable. We know that the rice consumes so much water as well, not just in the fertilizer, but the water. To produce 1 kilogram of the rice will consume 1,500 liters of water. So such changes that we need to change transform the agri-food system will inevitably have significant implication for rural livelihood and agrarian society and the broader economy. However, this year, 2026, may represent an opportune moment to initiate these reforms before existing pressure become even more severe. So I think this is the year we need to start making changes. And at the same time, there's so many people in the agrarian societies, and India should continue to promote structural reform and then change not just in agriculture structural changes, but also the other economy as well, by promoting, for example, the foreign direct investment in the wider economy. This will address the long-standing challenges and related to the, I've been talking to many of the Japanese company heads, and they are saying that doing the business in India is very challenging because getting the permits itself takes enormous effort. So to improve doing the business will also create sort of the buffer to absorb the more labor from the agrarian society. And also at the same time, the farmers must also be supported in improving farming practices that restore, everybody talks about the soil health, and strengthen long-term productivities. The greater emphasis should be placed on the use of the green manure to improve the soil health and the crop residues and the compost and other organic materials to rebuild soil organic matter and improve in the resilience against the shocks such as the climate change. And we, FAO, believes that sustainable soil management will be the fundamental for ensuring the future food security and reducing the dependency on the other agriculture chemical. We do not say that these organic will replace the fertilizer. We will never say that, but it will help. It will help the soil health and then probably reduces the dependency on the chemical fertilizer. And now the government of India has already established many important policies and the program to support rural communities and agrarian livelihood. And the program such as MREGA now changed to the new name. I'm sorry that I can't really pronounce it, but let me try. Puja Bapu Gramin Rosa Guarantee Yojana. I'm sorry. So that in this program, for example, supporting the rural economy and the rural livelihood, and I think that this type of the program have to be combined with an agriculture, rural society and the rural economic development so that we may be able to sustain the rural economy. Now, the responsibility of the government remains very, very enormous. Maintain the food security for 1.4 billion people, and including the more than 800 million people depend on the food ration system, while simultaneously promoting agri-food system transformation toward the greater sustainability and the resilience and the nutrition security. And then, yes, I'm finishing up. Yeah, the Dr. Raju mentioned the what we can do. There's so many small things that we can do. For example, there are lots of the cows, more than 300 million cows. Biogas is in one area, and organic fertilizer, green manure, and talks about the charcoal, and by removing the lantana or the surface and make it the charcoal and applying the soil. And there's other activity like conservation agriculture, no-till, and then in situ crop management, the residue management. There's so many ways of doing, but I really believe that we have to have a combination of the good fertilizer policy as well as the promoting this type of the other organic solutions. And so I believe that at the end, let me mention that we should focus on the not just on the farmers, but agri-food sector workers. I'd like to just open the one bit and open the 14th page. And then there is a table on the top destination for India's total agriculture export. It is the US. And I wondered what sort of the commodity goes to US, and actually the shrimp. So we should be talking about not just an agriculture, but agri-food commodities, agri-food system. And there are so many other food items. So we should be diversifying the economy and agriculture commodities so that we will be able to sustain the rural economy. And thank you very much again for the invitation. And then FAO is committed to work with the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Taka. I now invite Ms. Ritika Juneja, Senior Fellow ICRIER, for presenting the key findings of the report ensuring India's fertilizer security amid rising geopolitical risks. Over to you, Ritika.
Thank you so much, Sulakshana. Good morning, everyone. This report is co-authored by me, Dr. Nand, Dr. Gulati, and Mr. Emil. So as we all have seen over the last few months, how rapidly geopolitical tensions can destabilize global supply chains. The conflict involving Israel, United States, and Iran, along with rising uncertainty around the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most critical energy and commodity trade routes, has exposed the fragility of global fertilizer and energy markets. For India, one of the largest consumers and importers of fertilizers and feedstock, the challenge is critical. Ensuring energy and fertilizer security today is important for India's food security and economic stability. So this report captures these emerging challenges and examines what India must do to de-risk its fertilizer supply chains amid rising geopolitical uncertainties. So let me start by giving an overview of India's position in the global fertilizer economy. India is the fourth largest producer of fertilizers, NPK together, after China, Russia, and USA, and it is the second largest consumer after China. For nitrogenous fertilizers, it is the second largest consumer and producer after China. For phosphatic fertilizer, it is the fourth largest producer and second largest consumer after China. And for potassic fertilizers, it is the 5th largest consumer and imports all of its consumption requirement. Globally, it is the 2nd largest importer of nitrogenous fertilizers and phosphatic fertilizers, and 4th largest importer of potassic fertilizers. Now, this we have studied in terms of NPK nutrients, but now let's move to the product-wise composition of fertilizer consumption. In 2025-26 latest available data, 71.6 MMT of fertilizer products have been consumed, out of which urea dominates with 55%, then NP, NPK blends 20%, GAP 13%, SSP 8%, MOP 3%, and TSP, triple superphosphate 1%. With respect to imports, if we see, urea imports are roughly 10 to 11 million metric tons in 2025-26, and which may even exceed 11 million tons, followed by DAP 6.2 million tons, NP, NPKs 3.7 million tons, TSP 1.07, and MOP around 3 million tons. But this is just related to the finished products. What about the feedstocks? 80 to 85% of the natural gas, which is a primary feedstock for urea, is imported. Similarly, 90 to 95% of phosphatic fertilizer raw materials, that is rock and phosphoric acid, is imported. So when we take into account the raw materials cost and that are imported, India's effective dependency on imports in fertilizers is estimated to be around 68 to 70%, which is much higher than commonly perceived. Major share, as Dr. Chand also said, that imported feedstocks comprises the majority, 44%, 44.5% share, followed by the finished fertilizers, around 24% share. Now, besides import dependency, there is also high supply concentration risk for India's fertilizer sector. The Gulf countries, as you can see from the graph, exports majorly more than 50% of the crude, around 50% of the crude oil to India, wherein Iraq dominates by 18%, Saudi Arabia, UAE. In LNG, which is the major feedstock for urea, 62% we are getting from the Gulf, where Qatar alone dominates by 42%. In case of DAP, 40% is coming from the Saudi Arabia alone. For ammonia, approximately 75%, and sulfur, 80% of India's import requirement is coming from the Gulf. In case of urea, though the composition has little shifted from Oman to China, but urea imports have tremendously increased from 5.6 million tons to 11 million tons in 25-26 within just a year. Now, as you can see from the below graph, the prices have escalated after the war started from roughly $482 per ton in the Feb end 2026 to about $935, $959 per ton, according to the latest bid that happened. But the domestic prices, they have remained below $70 per ton, approximately $64 per ton. So there's a huge arbitrage, which is leading to higher input cost as well as rising fiscal pressures. Now, we cannot understand dynamics of urea pricing and market without understanding what is happening in the LNG sector. So as we can see from the right-hand side graph above, the share of domestic gas used in fertilizer production has tremendously come down from about 60% 10 years ago in 15-16 to just 15% in 24-25. Also, because of the war, the prices of LNG went up rapidly from $10.4 per MMBTU to $25.43 per MMBTU. So there is a 144% jump in the prices compared to the pre-war levels. So fertilizer security cannot be isolated with what is happening to the LNG pricing policy, gas allocation policy, and India's broader energy security. In terms of DAP, you can see the prices also went rapidly upward from around $540 to $560 per ton during Feb end 2026 when the war started, and it went recent bid is around $930 to $935 per ton. The major exporters are for India are Saudi Arabia, Morocco, Russia, and China. For ammonia and sulfur, there has been India has witnessed sharp increase in the global prices from $475 per ton to $650 per ton by March end, and similarly for sulfur. Now, this was the supply side story. What is happening to the demand side distortions? The biggest distortion happening is because of the fertilizer pricing policy and the nutrient imbalance. So as you can see from the graph, MOP and DAP prices are almost 5 times higher than the urea prices because urea is 80-85% subsidized. P is approximately 45% subsidized, while K is only 5% subsidized. So this is leading to excessive application of nitrogen, worsening the nutrient imbalance in soils and impacting the climate, soils, as well as agricultural productivity in the longer run. On the other hand, it is also causing fiscal pressure on the government. JS Pathak sir has also said that fertilizer subsidy may even touch 3 trillion this year, but we were estimating modestly around 2.5 trillion and little above that. So this is causing a lot of pressures on the government to finance the subsidy. Of course, due to the huge arbitrage in the pricing, there are leakages and diversions that are happening, and environmental consequences because plants cannot absorb more than 35%, 35 to 40% of the nitrogen which is supplied to it. Efficiency is roughly between 30, 35 to 40%. So whatever we are supplying to the plants, most of it is either going in the environment in the form of nitrous oxide or leaching into the groundwater and causing nitrate contamination. Now, what India should do to de-risk fertilizer supply? So first is responding to the crisis and stabilizing the supplies. For that, we should strengthen our emergency oil energy reserves and enable coordinated release to manage the supply shocks. Then fertilizers should be prioritized in terms of allocation of gases because this will help to maintain the production throughout and reduce the dependency on costly imports. Third, India should build more LNG terminals, storage facilities, regasification infrastructure, so that gas supplies can be stored, managed more effectively during the emergencies or price spikes. Now, with respect to how to contain demand side fluctuations and distortions, so first, Brahmastra, as Dr. Gulati also says, is implementing the DBT either in the phased manner on per hectare basis, transfer to the farmers directly based on the area, cropping pattern, irrigation, etc., and free up the fertilizer prices. So it should be market-based. This will automatically reduce the imbalance in fertilizer use, leakages, diversion, and potential savings could be up to 40,000 crores. So, but this requires a lot of groundwork, lot of digitization and targeted focusing on integration of data sets from Aadhaar, from PM Kisan, AgriStack, soil health card data, and precise need-based delivery is required. Alternatively, bringing urea under NBS is a smart strategy at present because it will automatically help in balanced fertilization. Or alternatively, quantitative limits to the fertilizer consumption based on landholding size, soil health, and cropping patterns. Now, the other thing is diversification of fertilizer sources as well as products. So in case of urea, by encouraging diversification towards other nitrogen-containing products like ammonium sulfate, as Pathak sir also said, ammonium chloride, and various other phosphate grades of ammonia can be helpful. In context, if we say China has already been using a lot of their N in the form of compounds, excluding DAP, of course, which is roughly 50 to 52%. Whereas in India, we're just only 9% using compounds, N application through compounds. Similarly, for phosphatic fertilizer, we should switch to alternates like TSP, TSP+, SSP. This will diversify and reduce our reliance on DAP. Also, to diversify the import sources, Morocco presents a significant opportunity. For potassic fertilizers, we could again diversify from the traditional sources like Canada, Russia, to other countries. And in terms of feedstock diversification, if we see 80 to 85%, I'm reiterating 80 to 85% of the gas that we use is coming from abroad. And 60% of it concentration lies in the Gulf. So we are hugely dependent on LNG that is being imported. So switching to alternative feedstocks such as green hydrogen, green ammonia, coal gasification could be promising. So China present a case in study here because 78% of urea production in China is already coal-based. So they are kind of resilient from the global energy shocks. Here, projects like Talcher Coal Gasification Plant and incentives under the National Coal Gasification Mission can help in diversifying the feedstocks. Now, the product diversification. So we can also utilize low-grade rock phosphate through direct application, partially acidulated phosphate rock, etc. And also scaling up the production of water-soluble fertilizers could be promising. Then comes the customized and alternative fertilizers, which presents a more sustainable approach. For example, organic inputs, biofertilizers, nanofertilizers. This will also help in improving nutrient use efficiency as well as soil health. Now, here the schemes like PM Pranam and Gobardhan can support in this transition towards a circular and sustainable fertilizer system. So crisis is a window for opportunity, an opportunity to rethink India's economic resilience. The objective is not merely to ensure uninterrupted fertilizer supplies, but to strengthen India's long-term energy and fertilizer security as the foundation for food security, economic resilience, and strategic autonomy in an increasingly uncertain world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ritika, for that data-backed presentation and also to show that crisis is an opportunity. Now we have Mr. Maximo Torero, who has joined all the way from Rome. He is the chief economist at the Food and Agricultural Organization. And he will be presenting on global agri-food implication of the 2026 conflict in the Middle East and shed light on how ongoing geopolitical tensions are influencing the global agri-food system. Over to you, Mr. Maximo.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be with you. Let me share my screen for a second. And let me start with the very basic things, and then I can go details to some of the issues that are affecting policies and how we can move forward. So first, as all of you know, and I won't go too long on this, the math is simple. 35% of crude oil exports has been restricted. They came from the Strait of Hormuz. Natural gas, 20% of natural gas used for nitrogen also has been reduced. Fertilizers, 20 to 30% of the export of fertilizers has been reduced. And also, of course, sulfur, which is used for phosphates, which is also being significantly impacted. No? Specifically, in the case of India, there was 47% of imports of urea came from this region, 37.5% of DAP came from this region, 48% of oil came from this region, and 65.5% of natural gas came from this region. But at the same time, there is a demand shock, which is the countries of the Gulf that were key importing countries of food, has also been stalled and stopped, which means less revenue for farmers that were exporting to this region. One issue that is important also is seed and seed production, because hybrid seeds are input intensive. And therefore, this means that an additional cost will be impacting the agri-food systems, the increase in prices of seeds. Not only through the input costs, but also because they are globally traded and time-sensitive inputs. And therefore, this will be affecting also another cost for farmers. What is the situation? Last 2 days, apparently there has been some movement of 15 vessels, if I'm not wrong, but the decline in the mobility of thousands of metric tons have been significant. No? We were facing 4 million metric tons being moved across the Strait of Hormuz, and now we are in around 6,800 metric tons being moved, so 68,000, sorry, being moved. So very little compared to before, but also is impacting the Suez Canal, which has also reduced, and also the Panama Canal, because freight congestion has increased the freight cost to move across the Panama Canal. Now, how we look at the mechanics, the mechanics basically applies in different dimensions that we need to take into account. So first, of course, in dark blue is the blockage, which creates a restriction of both fertilizers and energy. And energy is very important because energy is a source across the value chain of agri-food systems, not only for tractors, not only for moving commodities, for processing and so on, but also for pumping. Diesel is used for pumping, and significantly in the case of India, and therefore the increase in the cost of diesel will increase and will reduce potential capacity of irrigation. This ended in increasing in global fertilizers and energy prices, which will affect the agri-food systems through fertilizer, energy, seeds, and irrigation and pumping. As a result of that, farmers will have to make decisions, and the decisions are to reduce fertilizer application, reduce irrigation, or use lower quality seeds, and all this will have an impact over yields. They can also switch from maize and wheat towards soybeans. We can fix nitrogen better, but in any case, the availability of food commodities could be restricted, and that's something very worrisome. Also, because oil prices normally are now higher than $100 per barrel, Brent today is 95 because of the discussions of the weekend, but still, the competition with biofuels will be significant, and that's something that we need to assess carefully, especially if supplies are going to be reduced. Now, if supplies decline, the global production decline, that means that food prices, commodity prices, the FAO food price index will start to increase. It has been increasing the last 3 months. Today, we are in day 86 since the conflict started, but still not in the food commodities. We expect next month to start to show increases in food commodities because of what we are seeing in food commodity prices. But an increase in the food commodity price will end in food inflation, and that will end, of course, in countries putting measures to try to cope with it. And as a result of that, they will have to increase interest rates, and that will have an impact of growth. So the possibility that we will end in a situation of stagflation, meaning high inflation and low economic growth, is significant. You have seen during the weekend and last week, there has been a lot of discussions in Europe, for example. They issued a fertilizer strategy, but they also are putting a lot of measures to support and to avoid the transmission of prices of this supply shock. And that's creating fiscal pressures. And that's why the European Central Bank is looking at this very seriously, and also the IMF. But that's one group of countries which are OECD countries, most of them, and therefore they have this capacity, but the same is happening in other countries which don't have necessarily the fiscal capacity. But at the end of the world, we are so interlinked that whatever one group of countries does will affect the rest of the world, and that's where we need to be very careful. Now, we build this in parallel to the crop calendar because our objective was to see how much the transmission could move from east to west to south to north. And our threshold was 90 days. We are today in day number 86. We are already observing some changes, significant changes. In the case of India, there has been significant 7 policies being put up by the Prime Minister, but also in Philippines, in Sri Lanka, in Bangladesh, in many other countries, and now countries are issuing, like Europe, their fertilizers strategies, and they are putting a lot of measures. Since day one, there were significant measures put in the UK, in Europe, in Australia, to support their farmers, and those are the things that will be impacting our agri-food systems. What are the numbers up to now? In the case of crude oil, 55% increase. In the case of natural gas, between 60 to 85% increase. In the case of urea prices, between 25 to 55%, there is a marginal decrease of urea, but still an increase in DAP happening. Freight cost has increased 43%, bunker cost 58%, significant increases in transportation costs. Commodity prices. FAO food price index, as I mentioned before, which measures the commodity, not the food. So it doesn't measure the bread, which has 15% of wheat and energy costs and labor costs, but it measures mostly the increase in the wheat. Has been increasing in the last 3 months, mostly through soybeans and the month before through sugar. And that is because of the competition with oil. No? But if I have to present the commodity price one by one, last week, the numbers will be very small, but today we have corn increasing 9%, soybean 25%, wheat 8%, rice between 2 and 9%. So the transmission is starting to happen slowly, but it's starting to happen. And the reason is because we still have good stocks and good availability because of previous harvest. But as we move deeper into the second half of the year, this will start to change and next year. Now, many people ask what happens if the Strait of Hormuz opens tomorrow. There has been negotiations over the weekend. Look, if it opens tomorrow, the major impact will be through energy very quickly. But through the food system, it will take longer because of the crop calendar, and all decisions are already made. But it will avoid a significant bigger problem by the end of this year, next year, a significant crisis. So it's always good, but doesn't mean that prices won't go up. Prices will go up, and over time they will start to reduce, but the market will take longer now because of the damages in infrastructure and so on. So we are talking, of course, of a second half of the year with higher prices and potentially part of next year. Also, of course, we need to worry about El Niño and how strong El Niño will be. If the Niño is very strong, then the situation could be even more complicated, and that's what we need to track carefully. Initially, when we look at this, we look at two dimensions, at the two chocks. In the vertical axis, you have the share of fertilizers with nitrogen imports from the Gulf. And in the horizontal axis, you have the share of agricultural exports towards these countries. And that's what we wanted to look carefully of what was happening in both chocks. There were countries that, because of their crop calendar, were priority for us: Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Kenya, and Somalia, and Turkey and Jordan. But as I said before, now this situation has scaled up and expanded across the different countries in the world. Now, what is the energy intensity impacts? If we look at the median energy intensity in agri-food systems, the bigger intensity is in Europe, followed by Latin America, and then Asia and Africa. If we look at the median diesel price, we find variations. In Asia, increasing 27%, the biggest increase. In Europe, 23%. In Latin America, 25%. In Africa, 16%. But clearly, all of them has increased significantly, putting significant costs to farmers. When we look at who to prioritize and which countries we need to prioritize, we look at two dimensions: the intensity of use per cropland, kilogram per hectare, and also how much is imported of these chemical fertilizers, the import dependency. And the quadrant in the top shows the countries which are at the major risks and where we need to carefully look at them. And the ones, of course, that we are focusing as a priority as the ones which are relatively high trade dependency, with Gulf region for nitrogen fertilizer imports, which is the orange dots, and the red dots, which are the high trade dependency in the Gulf region, which we need to look at them extremely carefully. Now, there is one more issue which is important, which is uncertainty. When we look at the supply chokes of oil and its impact over the food import bill, when there is no uncertainty, the transmission of 1% increase in oil prices is around 0.26. When there is uncertainty, the 1% becomes 0.67, so close to triple. So uncertainty will be crucial, and that's why we need to bring as much as information to markets to minimize uncertainty, and that's what we have been doing with AMIS, and that's why we believe the FAO Food Price Index have not yet increased at the commodity of foods, wheat and maize, but has increased at others because of the oil issues. We did modeling exercises to see the potential impacts by 2030. We look at the short-term, medium-term, and long-term. We are now looking at the medium and long-term impacts because where we are in day 86. We did this without simulating any potential policy response, and there has been significant policy response. But what were the impacts? A reduction in wealth in -1.6%, a reduction in economic growth of -1.7%, very similar to what the IMF predicted 2 months later. We see that Asia is the region which is most affected, followed by Africa. We see also sectoral impacts over cereal fertilizers, which are the ones that are more intensive to use. The macroeconomic risk were commodity and food inflation, and of course, the reduction of remittances coming from Gulf countries, which affect many countries. India is one of those, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and so on, which a significant share of the GDP comes from remittances of people working in the Gulf countries. We also see the global food and energy supply side risks, which could spill over and depends on what could happen in terms of port restrictions. And we need to look at the biofuel sector to avoid what I said before, that we compete in periods of low supplies between food and energy, and also transmit the volatility of the energy sector. We follow policies put by countries. Today, we have 590 policies being implemented by countries across the world. Many of them are directly related to fiscal policies. And that's worrisome because, as I said before, if you are in fiscal stress, this could exacerbate the situation and you won't be able to resist. For countries which have some capacity, like OECD countries, it's also risky because it could create global inflation and it will create increase in interest rates that will affect all our economies because of what it did, similar to what happened post-COVID-19. I think it's important to understand that we're facing a supply choke. It's not a demand choke. So a supply choke means that for the ones who can afford, we need to reduce demand. Similar like the policies that you're putting in place. You're trying to reduce demand of energy. But for the ones that cannot afford, that's where social protection plays a role, targeted. That's where we need to be using our resources under these circumstances. So we need to adapt to the new reality, which is basically 1/4 less of these inputs in the world, and trying to see how demand can be shrinked to avoid that problem and how we can minimize the impacts and the transmission effects. And this brings me to our 3 sets of recommendations. We have split our recommendations in short term, medium term, and long term. So in the short term, what we are arguing is that we need to find as many as possible alternative routes, like get supplies from other sites. I think India has been very active on this, and other countries are very active to try to find at least to marginally cover the gap. Of course, it won't be the full gap. It will be very marginal, but at least will help to reduce impact. Second, we need to enhance market monitoring. We need to avoid uncertainties, I said before, because it could exacerbate the price increase, and that's providing information and coordinate mechanisms to avoid that. And that's where the AMIS, Agricultural Market Information System, could play a role. Third, we need to avoid export restrictions of fertilizer and energy products. For many countries, this is difficult because they need to supply their own. But I think in the current situation, this could exacerbate even more the situations. And we have seen what happened in 2011 and 2012. And I am not talking yet of commodity price restrictions, but we need to find a way to minimize those through different mechanisms because we want to avoid exacerbation of the situation. We need to understand that these are international prices, so whatever happens with the price at the end of the line because of these restrictions will trigger back to us. We need to support the most vulnerable, and this is social protection, and I think you have excellent electronic registers in India, which could help you enormously to target this, because this won't be urban or peri-urban, this will be rural at the beginning. And we need to have updated rosters so that we can optimize the targeting of those social protection programs. On the humanitarian logistical issue, the major problem for humanitarian right now is logistics because of the increase in oil prices. They are increasing their costs significantly, between 25 to 30%. They are creating delays between 20 to 10 days. And they are increasing, of course, the last mile because of the local prices of Brent oil. Just to give you an idea, for emergency food that moved from the Strait of Hormuz to Afghanistan, it took around 1,400 kilometers. Now it is taking 4,700 kilometers. So significant longer distances. Multiple countries they have to cross to deliver the same food, which is affecting their delivery. On the medium term, the most important thing is secure farm viability. And here I try to separate the policies in 2 groups. For the formal farmers, where we can have access to financial systems, we can use lines of credit of 24 months or 36 with 6 months of grace period and with lower interest rates so that farmers, agro dealers, and producers can cope with the current situation of significant increase in costs. We don't want them to die. We want them to continue operating until the situation stabilizes. For the informal sector, we need to take this as an opportunity to formalize it and to link farmers, smaller farmers, with farmer associations, farmer groups, cooperatives, mechanisms that will allow to formalize and therefore to have access to these lines of credits. At the country level, the issue is for countries that will be facing balance of payments problems because of the increase in the input import bill and also the increase on the food import bill. And that's where initiatives like the Food Import Financing Facility that was launched through the IMF Food Shock Driven Window, the facility of the Asian Development Bank for balance of payments could be useful mechanisms to help countries in this process. There is also the mechanisms of the World Bank based on the percentage of the loans that can be repurposed to activities that are needed. I think that's another opportunity to prioritize what is needed right now. We need to be very careful with the biofuel demand, and that doesn't mean that we don't do biofuels. It means that we need to be careful in periods of lower food supply, not to create competition, and diversify import sources. But most importantly, on the long-term measures, which I think India is putting a lot of emphasis on this, the first thing at the global level is how we can generate a mechanism of infrastructure, of storage, and strategic reserves around the different regions of the world that will allow us to be more resilient to this type of shocks in the future, meaning to have buffers of 6 months that will allow us to cope and give us time. This will be very important, and it's an area of investment that needs to happen. But today is the Hormuz, tomorrow because of El Niño could be Panama Canal, or later could be the Suez Canal. So we need to be very careful on this. Second, to our surprise, the improvement in the energy mix in the world, which has helped us enormously in this situation, Because if there was not that improvement in the energy mix, we will be around 140 on oil prices, and we are not. We are even 100 or less than 100. But this has not transmitted to the agri-food systems. The pumping with diesel shows that, and the impact that it has shown that. So I think it's time to, and this will be a great investment for the countries and for the MDBs and IFIs, to set up a strategy to convert all these systems into solar systems or electric systems. We need to move to electric tractors also. We need to move to all electric systems that will help us to increase and to transmit this energy mix to the agri-food systems. Then there is the issue of innovations that you were presenting before, and I think this is really important. We talk a lot about green ammonia, biofertilizers, but we are still not there. We are far from it. We need to reduce cost. Green ammonia is not cost effective at this point. There needs to be innovation, enormous potential, and that will take 2 to 3 years. So we need to create innovation funds to support this type of innovation so that we are ready for the future. If you look at the European fertilizer strategy, they are pushing for this now. They are taking this more seriously. The Brazilian strategy that was deployed in 2022 had all these elements, but for some reason they were not able to implement it. And now they are still importing significantly. 45% of urea comes from the Strait of Hormuz. But again, there is a lot of lessons learned and things from where we can learn. In Africa, for example, Dangote is building a plant of green ammonia in Ethiopia. Yara is also doing investments. So we need to figure out how to accelerate that process. And of course, on the macroeconomic side, we need to be ready on the financial part. I think the potential debt stress that this will create, the potential fiscal pressure is big, and we need to be careful on this, and we need to be prepared for this. So thank you so much. Let me stop there, and any questions I am happy to answer.
Special thanks, Maximo. This is Ashok Gulati.
Hi, Ashok. Nice to see you.
Nice listening to you. I hope one day you will be here physically and we can have a much bigger conversation on topics related to India and the African continent in particular. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Torero, for your time. We now take a short tea and coffee break, and please let us use this time to connect with each other and discuss. We'll join back at 12 after 12:05, and then we go for the second session. Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Congratulations. This is a fantastic event. You say the world bank?
Part of my work and that was somebody else Oh, at least have payment cards. Definitely, sir, when you have a time, you will have an interaction with welfare. And we get in touch, sir.
I'll wait for
सबको यही बता दो ये 5 के राइट से पहले जिसको यहाँ से उठाया था एक को यहाँ से उठाया फिर वहाँ से उठाया चार के एक्सटेंड मिलती है
भी राजू की जगह ले ये चलेगा हाँ ये
है फर्स्ट पार्ट की इनका सामान भी होगा ना साथ में ये फोन आपका है
अब पहले बताओ तो चेयर कौन कर रहा है
ये तो है मैंने ये रखा है ये चेयर कर रहे हैं
ये चेयर कर तो हमारे 6 की डाइस है राइट
हाँ 6 की डाइस
तो
यहाँ से गिर रहा है नीचे पर्दा वो लगा दो यार ये कर्टन से गिर रहा है
तो आगे भी
छह हो गए हाँ या 2 4 6 नहीं ये हमेशा के बल में ठीक है इनका से तो खोल रहे मुझे हटा दो है ना
I'm not बीच में आ गई ये सेकंड आर के मंदिर दूसरा कौन था एंड्रू का सामान शेखर अय्यर गए इसको
गए सर भाई
हाँ हाँ एंड्रू इसका बैग भी है ना शायद एंड्रू
शायद ये वाला कर
हाँ रख दो यहाँ
ये भी बैग ये है
नहीं तो बैग देख लो और कौन है उसके बाद
अबे भेज दे
अबे भेजो
वहाँ पे वो आया कोई हटा नहीं यहाँ से यूएनसी
इधर हो गया ना
ये हटेगा
तो ये भी चलेगा हाँ
बट इन राइट फुल रखा हुआ है
फुल पर चलेगा इधर रख दो साइड पे पर ये रुकेंगे
एंड्रयू का
इसको यहाँ रहने दो जिसका भी होगा उठा लेगा पर ये चलेगा ठीक है ना जिसका भी होगा उठा लेगा
ये है
हाँ
वर्ल्ड बैंक से है ना ये?
हाँ
ये वर्ल्ड बैंक से, वर्ल्ड बैंक का
ठीक है, तो एनडीओ का कहाँ रखा हमने?
ये
ये
रखा
रखा।
हाँ
ये आ गया ना ह्यूमन सेंटर। अब कौन बचा? वो उधर आ जाए। पहले डाइस बना दो। डाइस के लिए लड़के नहीं है? लड़के भेजो कि उसके साथ
हम कर देंगे। Copy of the book with the IDs.
सर 10 राहुल को बोलो हार्ड कॉपी के लिए।
हाँ नहीं, मैं लेके ये भी जा रहा हूँ ना, नेम प्लेट्स।
है कि डाइस है? पहले डाइस को परफेक्ट कर दो, ठीक है? ये सब हटा दो, उसके बाद बाकी जगहों पे कर दो। लड़के और नहीं है अपने पास?
मैम लड़के खाना पीना करने भी तो गए।
लड़के नहीं है? लड़के नहीं और
लड़के लड़के
लड़के और नहीं है तो यहाँ पे करवाओ ना पूरा, जल्दी करवाओ। गिलास वगैरह चेंज कर दो सब। टाइल्स भी कर दो ये टाइट सेट कर दो सबसे पहले, ठीक है? इस पे काम करो।
सीट चेंज हो गई।
Welcome back, everyone. May I request all the dignitaries to please be seated? Good afternoon and welcome back. We now begin session 1 on geopolitical disruptions and resilience of the India's fertilizer supply. And I'm delighted to welcome our session chair, Dr. Shabilendra Rao, former Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Fertilizer, Government of India. And our expert speakers for this session are Mr. R.K. Mediratta, MD and CEO, India Gas Exchange Limited, Mr. Andrew Goodland, Lead Agricultural Scientist, World Bank, Mr. Abhay Baijal, MD, Chambal Fertilizers and Chemical Limited, Mr. UN Singh, General Manager Marketing, Indian Potash Limited, Dr. Sachidanand, Visiting Professor, ICRIER. All of our speakers are here. May I now request Dr. Shabilendra Rao to please chair the session and start with your initial remarks, please. Thank you. The session is for 1 hour and let us try to stick to the time. Thank you.
Good morning, friends. You had a very exciting session in the morning, and you have got all the information that is now relevant for this technical session, starting from the country specific. We have got the global perspective also, and this session will concentrate on the supply chain management for fertilizer, particularly in specific to our country. Let us I give a little brief background. Managing supply is not in isolation of managing demand. Particularly the fertilizer demand will remain, you can say, a per annum, some kind of growth will always remain for the next foreseeable years in this country. There are a couple of factors which will determine the increasing demand for fertilizer, chemical fertilizers. All these alternatives we have talked about, natural farming, etc., management, that will lead to rationalized use of fertilizer, not reduction in the demand for fertilizer. Let us let us not remain under any kind of misconception that will reduce the demand of a chemical fertilizer. As it has been told by the previous speakers, there are a lot of factors which will lead to this constant increase in demand for chemical fertilizers in the next foreseeable years. Take the case of the country as a whole, the number of people we are. We are the largest country in the terms of a population in the world. We have to feed 1.45 billion people. So food is one aspect. It is a nutritional security, food security. We are now, not only we are now migrating to nutritional security from food security. Earlier it was food security, but now we have to manage nutrition, the balanced nutrition. So from food security, if you go to balanced nutrition, then the content that goes into balanced nutrition also will require some kind of NPK content. In production of the food material, which will largely be consumed by the population, the food preferences of people, that they also are changing. Whatever the proportion of you can say cereals or other things were consumed, that will shift to high value production, food items. And there also the content of whatever a nutrient goes for production of those food items will also require chemical fertilizers. The limitations of supply of, you can say, from green manure, natural farming, etc., will be limited. You can recall a couple of years back, a small island country nearby, Sri Lanka, they went for a complete, you can say, organic farming, and what happened there. So you cannot manage 1.45 billion of people in this country with a natural farming or zero, whatever they call about it, or even for organic farming. So the limitation will be there. That's why, and one more factor, increased demand for food preferences, nutritional security. In addition to that, your degree of irrigation, the irrigation, exploitation irrigation potential also will increase. It is ever increasing. Our friend from Indian Express is here. He had an article a couple of weeks back, that the irrigation potential in the country has helped us with the food security and nutritional security, but it will go on. When more land is brought under irrigation, there will be more modern agriculture, more high-yielding varieties, and more chemical fertilizer. So let us not remain under any kind of illusion that we will manage demand in such a manner that it will reduce overall consumption of chemical fertilizer. So if that is given, then what is the scenario today? It is we call it the Strait of Hormuz moment, but these things will come. Today it is a Strait of Hormuz, tomorrow there will be another Strait of Malacca. Anything else will happen. It was COVID, Ukraine war, something else will come. So let us prepare ourselves for all such eventualities. So managing supply will have some components. One is short term, immediately what you will do, as it was told in the presentation, I call it EFF, managing energy, then fertilizers, then food. So for managing that, what are the short-term options we have? What are the medium-term options we have? And ultimately long-term options. So in the short term, I'll request all the speakers in their own way, they are quite experienced people. They have worked in the fields. Our friend who is also in the World Bank, they have all the international experience. So we'll discuss in that manner, short term, medium term, and long term. And managing supply, like any organization, take the country's economy that you are managing an organization, supply chain management. When we talk about supply chain management, how an organization manages its supply chain. Now, supply chain is not confined to the country or any regional location. It is global. In any kind of, no country can survive in isolation in these days. So you have to depend upon the rest of the world for many things, for your imports as well as your exports. So with this background, now I will request Mr. Mendrata, MD and CEO, Indian Gas Exchange Limited. The couple of questions I'll be putting to him are like this. How can India reduce the cost of natural gas and the fertilizer sector amid rising geopolitical uncertainties? The second is, what role can Indian Gas Exchange, where he is working, can play in improving the price transparency, supply flexibility, and gas procurement of fertilizer companies? Third, are there any issues in facilitating contracts for gas sold and purchased on this exchange? So these are the limited questions. You try to limit your timing also, because we have 1 hour and we have 5 friends, already 10 minutes gone. So each will spend not more than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you. Thank you,
Manager.
sir. And it was really a pleasure for me to be part of this event roundtable. And thanks, Mr. Gulati, Dr. Nan, for inviting and giving this opportunity. And really, I learned a lot during the first session, and I will learn more about this sector. So now, coming from the supply side, I really was very happy to see the report prepared by Ritika and Dr. Nan that they have dealt this subject so nicely, as if they were expert in the gas sector itself. And I was very happy to see the connection between two sectors, fertilizer and energy security. And as you brought out, overall, you are still 70% dependent. But on the energy itself, there is a lot of dependence there. And all of this vulnerability, what we saw this time through this crisis, and maybe the crisis will keep on happening as Mr. Rahul is saying, but we have to be prepared. So largely, the way this sector is structured is that you buy some gas in long term and then some part in short term. And in long term also, there are many indices on which these contracts are linked. And that's also a very important part of the sector, because even though you have these long-term contracts, doesn't mean that the supply will be there. Like this crisis proved, you had good amount of long-term contract, but still those long-term were got subjected to force majeure. So important part of this particular sector is you need to look at the benchmarks also. At what benchmark? Because if you see there are a variety of benchmarks available. You have WIM and JKM, which are gas-linked benchmark, Brent, which is oil-linked benchmark, and then we have Henry Hub, which is also gas-linked. But of course, these gas-linked contracts are linked to different geographies. And actually, that gives you some diversity. And this diversity is also very important for this sector's resilience, because if you are converged on one particular geography, that definitely we saw there is a problem. But if you are converged on one particular benchmark also, then the prices will not be the best what you can manage, because over if you see last 20 years, all these benchmarks have played their own havoc. Like some benchmarks have gone up in some period of time, and other benchmarks had gone up some other period of time. Just before this crisis, I'll give you an example that Henry Hub used to be the worst one. People who did contract based on Henry Hub, they were unhappy about it, because Henry Hub was the costliest one before this crisis. But when this crisis happened, the Henry Hub came to rescue for Indian buyers who were getting that gas. So that is also important for us. So we need to diversify. We need to diversify geographies. We need to diversify across the supply corridors. We need to diversify across these benchmarks. And also we need to have a good balance of spot and long-term contract, because everything long-term is also not good. Sometimes long-term will be costlier. Today, it may not look like that, but it happens. And then you will be again exposed to very high prices. Only good part which has happened this year during this crisis is that we were not short of gas. We could manage our supplies very well, and it was really proved that we were our supply was resilient in the sense that we did not lose any import. One import stoppage was compensated by imports from other regions. We got balance import from spot markets from many other regions like Nigeria, US, Angola, and also some part in the Middle East. So we were able to manage our crisis by diversifying, and also by diversifying across spot and long term. So probably in the report, one change I would request that long term is not everything. We need not focus on long term everything. But when we need to do long term, we need to keep in mind there should be enough take or pay quantity mentioned, so that in case you find cheaper spot available, then you should be able to buy. Now the other side, which where the exchange comes into play, as sir was asking, that we actually started gas exchange in 2020. And the purpose was to bring transparency, to bring competition, flexibility, and also discover a price. And we are now discovering a very neutral price, which is based on actually demand and supply in the country. And that way we are playing a very important role in optimizing the sourcing cost for any entity. And I'll give you the number. We have almost all the beneficiaries, buyers and sellers are part of the exchange, and we discover a price based on competition happening across all these people. And last year we did something like 5.5 million cubic meter per day kind of average volume through the year. Sometimes it went up to 17 million cubic meter per day, and average was something like 5.5. And this has given a lot of confidence to all the participants that if they need something, they should be able to buy from the market. And we have all the options, like you can buy for a day, buy for a week, buy for a fortnight, month, and it can go up to a year. So that flexibility we have been suggesting for this sector also, because this sector has some policy which is not exactly what we need to, that policy needs some correction, because this policy was made in something like 2015. And 2015, there was no exchange. So policy was, if you have a shortfall in your requirement after meeting from your long-term and mid-term, you should go to aggregator like GAIL, and then they will aggregate all the quantity and they will buy gas on your behalf through the market, through auction. Now, problem is that auction can be run once in a month. It cannot be run through the month. Earlier, auctions used to happen only on 3-month basis, and that time, the price disparity between what they used to get from the auction and actual price arbitrage was huge. And that we indicated to the government, and rightfully, government actually made that correction in December 24, that instead of doing a 3-month auction, they started doing monthly auction. And that part has taken care, part of the problem. But the other one, that you do auction once in a month, also creates a lot of, you are basically losing opportunities for buying something which is suddenly available in the market, because the seller is in desperation to sell, or maybe there is sudden inventory which has come in the market, and maybe the price in the international market has gone down. And because of all this, there is a likelihood that you may get something cheaper in the market instead of relying on a single auction for the month. So we have been requesting, and now this is the change which we have been asking, that you should allow. Of course, you can continue to do auction through EPMC mechanism, but now we should have option of getting this additional gas from the exchange whenever it is cheaper than your auction price. And one important part is that when you have a long-term contract, then long-term contract has got a take or pay kind of provision. It means that you have to buy at least 80%, 20% you can, of course, refuse not to take, refuse to take. So that those particular provision should also be activated by the fertilizer plants, so that if the cheaper gas is available in the spot, and which happens many times in a month, that should be possible. They should be possible to, it should be possible for them to buy from the exchange. So this 20% is a significant quantum, because if you see 55 million cubic meter per day kind of volume is the requirement of fertilizer sector for the urea and other slightly more, yeah.
58, 59.
Yeah. So this out of 55, almost 70-80% is long term. So it means that 35, 40 MMSCMD, and 25% of that is also significant quantum, like 3.5 to maybe 7 MMSCMD. So that kind of quantity, there is a likelihood that you may save on that quantity by accessing the market at a shorter notice. Second part is that when this sector is buying short-term gas through auction, even there, take or pay is 40%. It means that 40% they have to consume, but 60% still they have option to go for something. If they have something better, they can go. So there also there is a scope. And one of the biggest miss in the policy is after meeting long-term, short-term, the option for buying through EPMC or auction was like they can only buy RLNG. But if the domestic gas now, which is new gas, which is coming from different fields, from CBM and discovered small field, that is also now growing. And that also comes on the exchange many times. Many times it comes regularly on the exchange on monthly basis. So there is no way fertilizer plants are able to buy that particular volume. So we have a suggestion, of course, for ICRIER to, if they can also make a recommendation in the manner that this is going to save the subsidy burden, as Sir also said, Mr. Pathak said about 3 lakh crore. But if there is something possible on the supply side to reduce it to by something like 4,000-5,000 crore, that definitely whatever small molecules or savings can be done, that should be the priority for the government and everyone involved. So happy to share it, happy to have this opportunity to talk about it.
Thank you, Mr. Madhurita. Now we have, from the practical experience of gas exchange, let us have a little bit of a global perspective. So I will request Mr. Goodland, so he is the lead agricultural specialist of the World Bank. He will have the freedom of giving a kind of international perspective. Nevertheless, if we can limit to the following: how are the ongoing disruptions in West Asia affecting global fertilizer prices, supply chains, and markets? Are current global supply chains sufficiently diversified to withstand prolonged geopolitical shocks? What role can multilateral institutions and international cooperation play in stabilizing global energy and fertilizer markets during crisis? Mr. Goodland.
Okay, thank you very much, and very good to be here. I'm trying to think how to respond to those questions, but also how to add to what's already been said, which has been a very illuminating session. And I think that the way I've decided to deliver my comments is around getting the trying to think through the narrative, because what I'm hearing in this room is somewhat different to what you're hearing discussed outside of the room. And I think it's good if we can continue to sort of dispel some of the myths around thinking about India's fertilizers supply in the context, including in the context of what's going on in global markets. So I think the first falsehood to put out there is that this is a short-term shock and things will return to normal. What I think we're seeing, well, not least that this is one of many shocks which the market has seen in recent years, but I think that we're moving the shocks are demonstrating structural weaknesses, and what we return to after this shock won't be the same equilibrium as we had, say 10 years ago. I mean, the World Bank's done analysis. I mean, even if the crisis was to finish by the end of May, and now the end of May is only a few days away, even next year, we're looking at fertilizer prices, which are possibly going to be 31% higher year on year. So we're entering a period where there are structural weaknesses. There's some issues in the market fundamentals, which is going to prevent global markets returning to where they were. And this is key for India policymakers. We can't just see how we muddle through and go back to where we were. We have to be thinking a longer term. I mean, you asked specifically about how the global supply chains can respond. I mean, they can respond, but not in the short term. India and other countries can diversify sources of energy and also fertilizer, but there's some very real bottlenecks to be able to do it quickly. Not least in terms of if you shift to other countries for supply, getting the infrastructure in place, getting the bulk handling in place, for instance. Even if it's back to the Gulf, some of the infrastructure there is being damaged. It's going to take a long time to fix. So, but first myth, we're not going back to where we were before. So we need to think structurally to address structural weaknesses. The second falsehood, I mean, you mentioned it, and Professor Chan mentioned it as well. There's a sense out there that somehow India has reached peak chemical fertilizer usage. That's not the case. It's possible that in some districts in India may have reached peak fertilizer use. And I think I heard the stat, and I'm probably got it a bit wrong. Something like 14 districts in India consume 40%. I'm looking at the experts here of fertilizer in the country. I mean, there's this large imbalance in terms of fertilizer use. There's if you look at fertilizer use in India compared to China, you see how far back India is. Which actually, I mean, there's an optimistic part of this as well, because there still shows there's a tremendous productivity gains which India can make by increased use of chemical fertilizers. But I think we all within this room recognize that the demand for fertilizer in India is going to continue to increase at a steady rate. That's not to say that non-chemical fertilizers won't play a role. They can do, but typically in conjunction with chemical fertilizers, and it's coming together will produce more optimal solutions. I think the third, I'm not sure if it's really a falsehood. I think everyone knows it. I mean, shifting to alternative fertilizers in the short term is just not feasible. I mean, there can be some on the margin. There's going to some adjustments, and you'll probably see countries, moving to more organics in the short run, trying to patch up. But it's only ever going to be a patch. And although there are credible alternatives out there, it's going to take time for them to be scaled. And just a couple of examples. I mean, there's the green ammonia we've discussed, and the World Bank has actually provided a lot of support to government of India on its green hydrogen mission. And when you look at the mission document, you'll see that fertilizer is considered one of the first sectors which can benefit for this. But when you look at the numbers, you see you're looking into the 2030s before green ammonia production can become cost competitive. And of course, I mean, green ammonia also best suited for DAP and not really for urea, because in urea you need a source of carbon. So again, it has potential. It has a potential for a segment of the market, but it's long term. And similarly for organic fertilizers, although they can be highly beneficial, getting to scale in the short run is quite challenging, not least around accessing feedstock, regulatory requirements, challenges in transportation, etc. I mean, what the country really needs to move to, instead of thinking about alternative sources of fertilizer, is really changing the thinking from a narrow focus on fertilizers to a more holistic soil fertility management approach, where you see the role of chemical fertilizers with organics, with biochar and other supplements to improve soil organic matter. You look at the soil health card system, how can that be revamped? How do we bring in digital technologies? How do we encourage more balanced use of chemical fertilizers, micronutrients? I mean, there's a whole gamut of approaches which need to come together with a focus on improving soil health outcomes and seeing chemical fertilizers as a part of that. And I guess the final comment, which is more optimistic, is the myth, the falsehood, is that we don't know what the solution is. And this comes, I mean, I know in the next session Ashok's chairing something on the demand side. The current policy regime is not helping India to transition to this more holistic approach on soil fertility management. And in particular, the subsidy regime is holding back. And we often think of fertilizer subsidy as a kind of a demand management tool. But I think maybe less known, and I have people from the industry here, is that the way the fertilizer subsidy is structured is also holding back innovation within the industry, and it's holding back investment in alternative fertilizers, because it's so sort of geared towards urea, and within urea geared towards granular urea. It's preventing the emergence of alternatives. Another speaker was talking about in China how they have far more compound fertilizers, and indeed that's something where the technology is known, but getting there within the existing policy framework is difficult. So let me stop there. I think in terms of the solution areas, I'm sure India will find a way through this crisis, but the clear message is that there are deeper, more structural issues which need to be addressed. We do know what policy solutions are out there from international experience. The question is more, not what the solution is, but actually how you move forward to implementation. Thanks.
Thank you. So from gas exchange to international perspective, particularly how to have the supply chain management in the short term and long term. Now let us come to the exports who are daily fighting the issues regarding fertilizer, the feedstock, and otherwise the final product. So I'll request Mr. Baijal, who is the MD of Chambal Fertilizers and Chemical Limited. So let us listen to him. And the focus, which can be not limited exactly, but if it will be better if you can focus. Despite India's expanding domestic urea production in recent years, production costs remain relatively high. What policy and structural reforms are needed to improve the competitiveness of domestic urea manufacturing? What is required to facilitate expansion of a production capacity? How does the current pricing and subsidy policy affect investment decisions and innovation in fertilizer sector? Mr. Baijal.
Thank you, Mr. Rahul, and the eminent people who are there, and the excellent presentations that were made prior to this session. It has been very enlightening. I come from a background of actually being a manufacturer and at the sharp edge of these issues. You have made three important points, or rather what I should be focusing on in terms of expanding urea production. You see, urea production is policy dependent, 100%. We are boxed into a cost plus structure. When we are boxed into a policy structure where you say that the price is this, the cost is that, the difference I will pay you, then I have to look at the government all the time. Even when I know that there is a deficit which I can meet by expansion. So this is not a normal industry. We are always looking to the government when and how will they announce the next policy. So it is not automatic. In any other product, you see the demand and you go and invest. Here it's the reverse. You keep on seeing when the policy will come and when I should be able to invest. That is problem number one. Problem number two is that wherever policy allows, or even when I have a plant and I could debottleneck, there is still a hoop that I have to jump through in terms of beyond reassessed capacity. That means if I can produce more than my reassessed capacity, I will need certain approvals from the government in order to produce. When the market is there, the demand is there, the capability to produce is there. So the debottlenecking also is an issue. I cannot invest because I know that at the margin, the payment, actually it falls off. In every other industry, scale produces profits. In this industry, it's the reverse. Scale produces losses. So this is a disincentive to produce beyond the RSC. That is the second problem in terms of how the policy is structured. The government is fixated on its subsidy. It's fixated on the subsidy because it feels that the farmer welfare is equal to the cost of affordability of fertilizers. And in that fixation, it has brought it down to a level which actually is excessively wrong, I would say, especially in the case of urea. That makes it very difficult for the government to even think of allowing companies to manufacture or allowing them to unleash any potential that they have inside their plants. Every time you have to go discuss, it takes a lot of time for the government also to come to the conclusions that are necessary. So first thing is, I did some time back an analysis of the long-range marginal cost of production. Indian industry is off the lowest cost producer like Qatar, but not more than $110 a ton. And why? Because our gas cost is high. Mr. Madhiratta talked about ways and means of reducing the gas cost, of diversifying supplies, of keeping some amount of spot in the whole mix. These are all possibilities, yes. Indian industry, let me tell you, is one of the most efficient producers of urea in the world. If we were to benchmark our energy costs with those of the world, we are at the top 10 percentile. And this the industry has done over a period of time by reducing its costs in terms of operating expenses, excellent maintenance, safety records. All those things you take into account. If you were to see the safety record of chemical industry in India vis-a-vis what you are seeing in the fertilizer industry, you will be surprised the kind of safety record that we have. So what I'm trying to say is, despite all these challenges, Indian industry has risen to the occasion. It has performed its role, but we have a certain disadvantage in the feedstock, and that disadvantage is about $7 to $7.50. And let me also tell you, of that $7.50, $3 is tax. We are paying 22% tax on gas, 22%. When we are made to compare ourselves with international import parity price, that $3 actually translates into $70 or $75 of costs. That means I am to begin with at a disadvantage of $75 when I am being compared with international import parity price. So when a make and buy decision takes place, the first thing that you have to do is to add back that $75, which is on account of tax. Customs duty, it is GST, it is not GST on transportation, but GST or VAT in terms of, various kind of hoops that Mr. Madhiratta can tell you what's happening in Gujarat, for instance. Those kind of things where you are VAT and then double VAT and so on and so forth, you're not even being able to get it on C form, VAT on VAT. So all those kind of things which are there, which are kind of extractive policies, I would say, trying to benefit from that. So that is one of the costs which we are also facing. Third part is this continuous squeezing in the box of cost plus. So every time a profit is made, an efficiency is exhibited, it is sought to be mopped up. It's a strange kind of situation that we are focusing on reducing our energy, but it will be mopped up. If at the end of the day, what it does is that I use lesser amount of gas to produce the same ton of urea. But that is frowned upon. So that is one of those things that we have to get out of. And how do you do that? That's the question. When we say we are talking about make or buy, because that's the way you can service a market, what are we comparing ourselves? The lowest cost producer in the world. Let's say if I were given gas at $7, just for argument's sake, I would be equal to Qatar's cost. I would be equal to Qatar's cost in terms of production. And what would I be adding to? Whatever profit I make is taxed anyways. The dividend I pay is taxed in the hands of the recipient. The salaries I pay is taxed in any case. The employment I provide adds to economic activity in the country. So I think the government needs to look at all this and loosen the bolts that they have tightened us. That's number one. Thirdly, the current policy and pricing disincentivize investment. As I said, the first problem is that you have to keep waiting. The demand has shot up from something like 5 million tons to 11 million tons. Any normal industrialist would be investing without asking the government. But we are waiting. We still don't have a policy. It takes 3 to 3.5 years or more to put up a plant. By the time we will put up a plant, it will be 2028, 29. The baseline growth is 3.5%. It is being accelerated by additional irrigation. It is being accelerated by ethanol production. Maize, by the way, people are adding 7 to 8 bags of urea. There's no incentive to reduce it. Somebody says, sir, namak se sasta hai, humko kya problem? Right? So those are the factors which are driving demand. You are rising 3% per annum on 40 million tons. That means one plant every year, compounded. By the time we will be putting up plants, 4 plant demand would already be there. Number one. Number two, when we are looking at investment, it is now topping $1 billion or more to put up a plant. In that $1 billion, almost 18%, 17 to 18% is again tax. GST, customs duty, all those kind of things. So you are, and then at the same time, you are being asked to be competitive with the world. So how can you do that? You can keep squeezing the margins. You can keep squeezing your operating expense. But we are also faced with 6% inflation. We have to pay salaries. If you don't pay salaries, they will go to any other foreign country, Nigeria, Algeria, Qatar. If you find the people working there, they're 80% Indians. And they are products of this industry. So I think the government needs to have a holistic look in all these matters and come up with a solution which allows innovation, efficiency, capability to be paid for. Otherwise, you won't get what you're looking at. And I agree with Mr. Holland that this is not a small problem. This is a rising problem and not going to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. From double VAT to extractive policies and policies which are not incentivizing investment. Let us go to another area. This is from the larger producer of, you can say, urea. We have another product which we import entirely from the rest of the world, that is muriate of potash. So let me request Mr. Yuvan Singh, General Manager, IPL, to give a little bit of insight to the audience here.
Thanks, Dr. Rahul.
Yeah.
And I also thanks ICRIER to organize this discussion, right time, right place, and with right expert. This is very, very important, this event. I feel proud I am part of this discussion. And I thanks Professor Gulati, Dr. Nan, give me this opportunity. India fertilizer supply situation, key takeaway for Kharif season. Already Ritika, Juneja discussed about the requirement of India, how much required fertilizer for India. They already discussed. Roughly 38 to 40 million ton urea required for India market. 10%, 10 million ton, roughly 8 to 10 million import, and NPK complex fertilizer 30 to 35 million ton, and MOP potash 100% depend on import. Heavy reliance on imported market India, supply disruption and geopolitical risk. Important of West Asia conflict, February 2026. Conflict disrupt shipment via Strait of Hormuz, a critical trade route. Immediate impact: 7 urea vessel extended from RCF tender and 0.3 million ton urea delayed, risk to Kharif supply. DAP cargo disruption, including IPL vessel also. Key risk: logistic bottleneck rather than production storage. Government response: large urea procurement, major IPL tender. This is the world record. This tender floated by IPL, 2.5 million. East Coast 1 million and West Coast 1.5 million. Bid received 5.9 million ton. Strategy for negotiation: ensure required quantity coverage, mandatory disclosure of country of origin, shipping route Hormuz versus alternate routes. De-risk supply chain for geopolitical choke points. Logistic progress as of now. Total vessel required 59 for 2.5 million import. Already nominated 55 vessels. Already sold 26 vessels carrying 11.87 lakh metric ton urea. Indicated a strong execution progress, but dependence on timely arrival remains. Additional requirement executed further need 1 to 1.5 million urea, likely procure soon. Expected arrival mid-August 2026 onwards. Shift in procurement strategy, import policy. Old approach was fragmented tender, spot purchase, price escalation risk. New approach is consortium-based procurement. The government suggests to all the stakeholder, you purchase bulk through custodian. Better price discovery, a stronger negotiation power. This is major structural shift in procurement strategy. DAP sourcing diversification, supply from Australia, Russia, Saudi Arabia via Yanbu, Red Sea, bypass the Hormuz Strait. Strategy shifting towards route risk management. A strategy of other fertilizer import, DAP, some shipment disrupt, alternate sourcing underway, long-term agreement helping stabilize our supply. NPK complex, procurement ongoing via long-term association. Spot purchasing, MOP demand 2.5 million ton, fully import dependent, securing via long-term contracts. Raw material situation, critical area, ammonium sulfate, target was 1 million ton, secure 0.2 million USD 294 per MT. Ammonia tender scrapped due to high price. Sulfur tender 5.39, lakh metric ton negotiation ongoing. TSP plant procurement 3 to 4 lakh metric ton is still under pricing negotiation. Inside, raw material pricing pressurizing remain high. Overall assessment strengthens proactively government intervention, tender a strong supply interest, rapidly vessel nomination and shipment progress, strategic diversification of supply routes, adoption of custodian procurement, strictly improvement. Risk, custodian geographical insidable Hormuz risk, high global fertilizer and input price, independent on import, delay in additional procurement urea and ammonia. Conclusion of this, all the import, India is actively managing a supply side stock cause geopolitical disruption through large scale catalyzing of the procurement, route diversification, bulk buying strategy through custodian model, focus on both furnace and raw material fertilizer. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You got a practical insight into how the government is managing the affairs during this crisis period, starting from route diversification to source diversification, custodian import, and risk management. So now let us come to the futuristic scenario. And Dr. Nand, who was in FIRE for considerable time, now he's here. And we'll be listening to him regarding the future of green ammonia mostly. And let us listen to him.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with the balance of ammonia. We had more than 22 million tons 24-25. I'll focus on 24-25, though 25-26 data is also available, but as far as balance is concerned. 22.2 million tons of nitrogen consumption, which translates to roughly 26 million tons of ammonia. We produced 19 million tons last year. So balance is coming in form of 2.5 million tons ammonia import, and rest of the products which we are importing, urea, DAP or NP, NPK, this is the ammonia through them. So that is the total nitrogen and ammonia balance. Of 19 million tons, we consumed roughly 18.2 million tons for producing urea, some domestic ammonia production going for NP, NPK, and ammonium sulfate. The balance, about 8-9 lakh tons or maybe a million tons, is going for non-fertilizer products. A number of companies have other chemical products also, plus they are selling, some of them are selling, surplus ammonia. Now, what can be done as far as green ammonia is concerned? Having been involved with the green ammonia feasibility for fertilizer sector, it has taken about 3 years, 3.5 years. They have come to some agreement that more than 7 lakh tons of green ammonia has been signed up. SEC is the aggregator, and fertilizer companies have signed up the contracts. This will be available only in 28-29. Now, question is, this was what was recommended or accepted also. First, you start with the non-urea fertilizers for several reasons, technical as well as cost-related reasons. Viability gap will be least for producing DAP with the green ammonia than, for example, urea. Now, you must be seeing that a lot of contracts are being signed for export of green ammonia. So why not we can use all these 3 million tons required for non-urea products, all 3 million tons as a green ammonia. They have already worked out some arrangement for the viability gap funding, at least for first 2, 3 years, 4 years. And that is not very large now. The contracts which have come now, the average price of green ammonia is $650. Today, you don't get ammonia even for $1,000 as far as, but set aside this, aberration, even for the long-term basis, $450 or $500, you're not going to get. This situation in any case will not normalize now, will not come to pre-war era. So 3 million tons for production for non-fertilizers. Then there is the ammonium sulfate is being talked about and for diversification. I'll just give you, we have a less than 1 million ton consumption of, as far as ammonium sulfate is concerned. Why not this 2 million tons, at least nitrogen can be applied through ammonium sulfate? We have a large area under pulses already. I'm not talking of expanding areas, oil seeds and pulses. They are not getting enough sulfur. As far as 30 to 40 kg per hectare is recommended for these crops, and they require more than 2 million tons of sulfur application, which is not being done. So ammonium sulfate has importance from green ammonia point of view. You can straight away produce ammonium sulfate also from green ammonia. There's no technical problem and lesser financial impact. As far as ammonium sulfate is concerned, you'll be surprised that 70% of it is also produced, is a byproduct or co-product, and which is being traded, and its price has not been affected as prices of urea or DAP have been affected in international market. First time, Brazil has imported more ammonium sulfate, first time, than urea. 7.78 million tons in 2025, which exceeded slightly from urea of a similar amount. This was not the case 3-4 years back. So that much, as far as ammonium sulfate is concerned, it can help to utilize more green ammonia. Then we have to explore the possibility of using green hydrogen or green ammonia in the existing urea plants. Some of the papers have advocated that without affecting carbon dioxide balance, you can probably replace 10%, and that will be huge quantity. For urea, we are using 18 million tons or 17, 18 million tons, even at present level of urea production, 17, 18 million tons. So 10% is about 1.8 million tons of that. Then let's marry the coal gasification and green ammonia. See, one of the major problems producing a urea with green ammonia is that you need carbon dioxide, which is not there at existing locations at least, except one location I'm aware of. They are buying, because they are shortfall of carbon dioxide, they are buying CO2. Other than that, the carbon dioxide, no. A number of first coal gasification plants have been put up by the steel plants. They can use that gas either as a source of energy or for direct reduction of iron ore. And under this carbon trading mechanism, there are obligated sectors, including steel, where they have to reduce their carbon emission. They are ready to sell this carbon dioxide from coal gasification plants. So put up a green ammonia plant there. And these are industrial areas, Angul, in Odisha. So you can, instead of putting fresh coal gasification plant, which requires huge investment, you marry these two at the same location. So I'm saying is, all this put together, 3 plus 2.5 for ammonium sulfate, for 2 million tons for replacement in existing urea plants, new plants, another 2.5 million tons. 2035, 10 million tons of green ammonia. This is, you can call it a short term. In short term, we should do the 3 million tons, at least next 3 years. There's no reason you can export to Europe, you can export to Japan, but you are not utilizing it here. So that is near term and medium term, 10 million tons. I will not speculate on long term, which is so many unknown factors. So it becomes, it may not be very, very accurate. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we had a quite exciting discussion from the experts in the field. Dr. Nan has given a little bit of insight to how much green ammonia can be used immediately in the medium term and short term in the country. And the kind of teething problems of using the same in existing urea plants. So coal gasification versus green ammonia, a little bit he hinted what can be thought of and what are the positives and negatives. So with this, this session comes to an end, and we are thankful to all the speakers who have stuck to the time limit given to them, and they have confined to the issue succinctly. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rauji and all the speakers. May I request all of you to please rise for photograph, and we'll start the panel 2.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Moving on to panel 2. Moving on to panel 2, we will be now discussing fertilizer demand management and promoting alternate products. Session chair is Professor Ashok Gulati, Distinguished Professor at ICRIER. And may I invite the speakers, Mr. Sharad Bhalla, CEO, OCP India, Mr. Vinod Kumar Goyal, Secretary, Soluble Fertilizer Industry Association, Mr. Dinesh P. Singh, Business Head Fertilizers, Reliance Industries Limited, Mr. Kapil Mehan, Chief Mentor, Mahadhan Agritech Limited, Mr. Harshdeep Singh, President and Chief Commercial Officer, Paradeep Phosphates Limited. Thank you, sir. Good talk. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Gulati. We are at 1:15 now. May I request you to kindly wind up by 2 o'clock?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your order. I'll try to adhere, but all depends upon the distinguished panelists here. We heard a lot about the supply side story and why the production is not coming because of the policy constraints. I think there is a lot of confusion in the policy circles because on one side we keep on hearing we are going to reduce the fertilizer consumption by half from the highest level. And then also natural farming and push for millets and pulses mission, millets mission, and then there is something called PMO, pulses, maize and oilseeds mission. And then in this room, we are finding there is no way out. You have to go on increasing and look at China. Their per hectare consumption is double than ours. And their agriculture production from a lesser cropped area is double than ours. So if you look at these things, then to me, it seems, yes, farmer should have all the freedom to do what he or she likes. But as a national policy, for the coming 20 years, 30 years, there is no option but to keep the chemical fertilizer industry live and kicking. But I see so much of inefficient use of that just throwing the supplies and then selling at 10% of the cost, there is no way you can have efficient consumption. And that's where my worry is, that we are throwing all the resources, but we are not getting the big bang for the buck. There is a huge slack in the system. Our estimates are at least 40 to 50,000 crores can be saved every year from the fertilizer subsidy. In fact, if you allow us a bit of advertisement, today Ritika and me have written a piece in Indian Express as well as in Financial Express. And Financial Express gave the title, India Needs Reforms, Not Sermons. And then Indian Express also clearly said that forget about these freebies, we have to. I'm not saying abolish the fertilizer subsidy. Nobody is saying that. But at least you can repurpose it in a manner which is much more effective than this current system. How do you do that? One, either you give directly to the farmer, which China does, on per acre basis. You can link it to the crop that is being grown, whether 2 crops or 1 crop. You can have the space technology used and all those things. The issue always comes of tenants. How do we, because PM Kisan is not giving anything to tenants. I think the way Prime Minister had given priority to Jan Dhan accounts at that time, and within 6 months everything was cleaned up. If we give that priority, there are 6-7 data sets which need to be triangulated. Give me 6 months, I can bet we can identify each farmer, the space technology. Google is tracking your moving car. Can't we fix all the Aadhaar numbers? Why not have Aadhaar numbers of all the plots in the country? And then who are the owners, who are the tenants, it can be done if priority is given at the highest level. If you can do that and then give it this Brahmastra, what Ritika talked about, directly to the farmers, which China is giving, then all the diversion that is happening today, and I'll give you one little example which we have given in this op-ed. We looked at the Bihar, how much fertilizer is supplied to Bihar, and then we worked it out from the other data of the government of India, from the cost of cultivation data, how much Bihar is consuming, the farmer is consuming really, on rice and wheat and all that. The difference is more than 50%. 50%. Where is it going? Of course, all Nepal is being fed by India. So when Mr. Gupta was saying maybe 5%, 3%, 8%, our estimates are almost 20%, 22% of urea is not going to Indian agriculture. It may be going to someone else's agriculture. And that's a huge saving if you can change that. But this particular session, we also want to focus, because of excessive subsidy on urea, we are not able to have those innovative products which can give much higher nutrient use efficiency. We are stuck with the granular urea where the nutrient use efficiency is 35, 40%, rest is all damage to the environment. So I think we are going to look in this session on how best to improve the usage and the efficiency of those fertilizers so that from each kilogram of NPK we can get, and zinc, iron, which we have forgotten, and our crops are becoming deficient in zinc and iron. So we have a very distinguished panel, and some of the questions, I'll start with Mr. Sharad Bhalla, CEO of OCP in India. Those who don't know, he has the largest stock of phosphate in his pocket, 70% of the global phosphate is in Morocco, and the biggest player in the world on phosphates is OCP. Not sure today is the right place to be saying that, but you know, we know because of excessive subsidy on urea, we overuse N in relation to P and K compared to the recommended doses by state agriculture universities and so on and so forth. And then we use DAP, which again has 18% N. They have a product, something called TSP, triple superphosphate, 46% P, no N. They can put sulfur or other things in that. We have more than 100 plants of SSP in the country, which is only 16% P. That means 3 times you have to apply, 3 times the logistics cost and all that. We don't have a single plant of TSP in the country. Will we remain like that, or OCP has some plans under that? As on today, how do we deal with today's crisis? Because we have been importing DAP and even phosphate. We signed with Saudi Arabia 3 million tons, and all that is under high risk today. So what is it that OCP can offer and help us to do some customized fertilizers with higher nutrient use efficiency, and what are OCP's thinking about that?
So thank you, Dr. Gulati and ICRIER, for having me here in this August gathering. To address your question, I'd first like to, add a little element to the phosphate sourcing regional concentration. So your number showed 40% because your numbers are looking at, a particular region affected by the Hormuz. But if you add to that potential choke points of the Red Sea, which is the Suez, actually your sourcing for DAP dependence goes up to nearly 60% because you have Jordan and Egypt also supplying DAP from there. So if we are talking about de-risking our supplies, obviously we need to diversify the regional sourcing model, focus model we have. And not only diversify that sourcing, we also need to look at safer sea routes which have lesser choke points. Fortunately for us, as OCP and Morocco, we are placed in a region which does provide one of the safest shipping routes because we route our product from Morocco to India via the Cape of Good Hope. And that today is one of the safest sea routes available. As far as products goes, like you said, TSP, which is a product which is bereft of N, so it is least affected by N supply volatilities. It can help de-risking our phosphate procurement, not only regionally, but also as a product. Then we also have certain other products, if we add them to our TSP plus, which are products which are fortified with micronutrients such as zinc and boron, and also fortified with sulfur, so very useful in sulfur deficient soils. And we add to them our customized solutions, which are low N, high P solutions. If you put all these together, as NutriCrops, we do have a basket of P products which can help India expand its basket of P products available to its farmers. In line with the de-risking, and from what I've heard from other people, there is also another strategy to de-risk, which is demand moderation. Demand will not go away. We are not going to do away with chemical fertilizers. I'm not saying it. I can't say it, but the other experts have said it. So I'm just building on that. But demand moderation can also help in safeguarding our supplies at a time when you are faced with geopolitical risks. And how do you do that is by having better nutrient use efficiency. There are many ways of doing that. There are scientific principles like the 4 Rs, which I'm sure everybody in this room are aware of.
You have to explain.
Okay.
Know.
So 4 Rs is the right place, right time, right nutrition, and right dose.
And this principle also advocates decoupling of nutrition when it is required. So from that angle also, our TSP works very well in lands that are suffering from over-applied nitrogen, because by decoupling the application of nitrogen and P, you can rebalance those soils. And the customized products, of course, can be tailored to the needs of soil and the crop itself. So that's in answer to your customized solutions and the TSP. If you want.
Are you going to set up a plant here?
Well, okay. Look, if you don't mind, I'll take a minute to share with our audience here the history of OCP, because I'm not sure everybody is aware of that. We are not a branded product supplier. We are raw material supplier basically. So our history is probably not available to everybody. So we've been, a very quiet and reliable partner to India since the Green Revolution. Since the Green Revolution, when India needed to scale up its phosphatic fertilizer capacities, OCP was a raw material supplier standing by it through that period right up till very recently. And in fact, our phosphate raw material suppliers constituted nearly 30% of the rock phosphate for India and almost 50% of the phosphoric acid. So that's how we were supporting domestic production. Eventually, India's phosphate appetite has grown beyond its indigenous capacities and it has required to import. OCP again evolved and started supplying granular DAP also to India to add to the raw material. So we have become not just a raw material supplier, but a finished product supplier also. Eventually, to further commit to the Indian phosphate security story, we developed a phosphoric acid plant in Morocco with our partners who are present here, Chambal and PPL. This is a Chambal and Tata. Tata is not present here. We have a 440,000 ton P2O5 plant in Morocco that caters exclusively to India for its manufacturing capacities. And then we made the final commitment that any company can make to a country is that we committed to the indigenous production through buying PPL in collaboration with Zuari. So we are joint owners of Paradeep Phosphates. Just to give you a quick insight on that, when we bought Paradeep Phosphates in 2002, it was a single unit million ton producer of phosphatic fertilizers. Today, it is a stock listed company with a $1.5 billion market cap. It has production in 3 locations, exceeding 3 million tons of phosphatic fertilizer. It is the #2 private player in phosphate production by volume, and it has a national footprint. So if you can see, our commitment as a partner to India has been there since the 70s, and we've committed to a dual role. We are not only just a supplier, we are an indigenous producer committed to farmer welfare and soil fertility. Now, to answer Dr. Gulati's, I had to give. I wanted to give you a context that we do not shy away from manufacturing, but obviously we are, as far as TSP is concerned, very open to talk about. Discussing with like-minded partners to create TSP facilities in India.
Right.
It is only to our benefit and the country's benefit.
Sure, we can put PPL within brackets OCP.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very helpful. Next on our list is Mr. Dinesh Singh, business head of Reliance. I must admit my ignorance. I was not aware that you are in fertilizers. So, and Reliance is entering in a big way in biofertilizers. So what are the big plans? Because wherever you touch, that's not going to be a small thing.
Right.
So is this thing coming that chemical fertilizer will come to half and biofertilizer will double up 10 times, or what is going to happen? So what's happening on that front? 1 or 2 specific questions. Is it commercially viable? How do we set standards? We have so many biofertilizers, and quality, adhering to quality control is a major challenge in the country.
Thank you, Dr. Gulati. My background basically the chemical fertilizer only. Almost 38 years I spent with the chemical fertilizer only. Now, since the last 2 years, I am with the Reliance, now promoting the organic fertilizer, which is the least priority product. Nobody care for the organic fertilizer, whether dealer, retailer, farmer, everybody asks for the only chemical fertilizer. We are coming here beyond the business. It's beyond the business for the social cause. We are working as a mission, sir. But as a mission, we are working for the clean environment, Mother Earth, soil earth, and then energy independence in the India. We are basically working for the three cause. If I take the environment, so environment, you know, we are sitting in the AC room, but see the temperature outside the AC room. It's almost the 44, 45, 46 degree temperature. Why it is so? Have you realized that? It's all because of this agri-waste. Agri-waste, there is almost 300 million tons agri-waste which is unutilized. Parali burning, especially in the northern India. How much the CO2 emit to the environment is almost 300 million tons of the CO2 through parali burning only. If we replace the agri-waste to the energy, then how much we will save the fossil fuel? Almost the CO2, 450 to 500 million tons CO2 we can stop to emit to the environment. So this all because of the environment. So we have to work for the clean energy. If I take this, we are dependent on the energy. We are importing the energy. How much? With approximately 25 million tons of the energy we are importing every year. If we utilize, we take the just 10% of the yield, 10% of the yield of our agri-waste, 280 million, we will be totally energy independence in India. If I take the Mother Earth, soil carbon, what is the topsoil in India? Is 348 billion tons of the topsoil which is used for the cropping purpose. What is the carbon required for the ideal carbon required for the cropping? It's almost 1%. It's 3.48 billion tons. How much of the soil has this carbon? 0.3% average. It means 1 billion ton carbon our soil has. What is the gap? Is 2.5 billion tons of the gap is there. In case the Modi vision is there ki they have planned for the more than 5,000 CBG plant. So it's a completely ecosystem, it's a value. It will clean the energy, it will again give back the carbon to the soils. So earlier the farmers are burning the parali, now we are paying to the farmer in place of the burning. They are spending this on the burning the parali, now they are getting this in place of the parali. So from the parali, we are converting into the energy, and then energy after that, there is the shortage of the 8 million tons of the bitumen every year India is importing. Okay, so this is the second byproduct of this, after the CBG gas, so we will also go for the bitumen. Then after bitumen, then again is the bracket pellet business is there. Bracket plans. The government already given mandate for to use the 5% as a green energy to all the cement power everywhere in a boiler. So that's the third. And last one is the fermented organic manure in the different way we are just giving for you. So fermented organic manure, we are giving the powder form, we are giving the granular form, and not only, I will request, we are also working on this, the organomineral, in case we give the carbon with the organomineral. Like Dr. Gulati said, the TSP is the 46% is the phosphorus. In case we give this phosphorus, this rock phosphate with this prom already introduced, but the higher version of the prom with the organic carbon, so it will replace the chemical fertilizer also. See, I think in this forum, in the hall, everybody want to purchase the organic food. Nobody wanted to purchase the chemical this food. Everybody. I think it's very difficult to say. It's very difficult to digest. Overnight, we cannot change the scenario. Yes, definitely, we cannot change the scenario overnight. Otherwise, we will be just like the Sri Lanka. But if all this 5,000 plant start today, then it will take the minimum 30 years to bring back the 1% of the soil carbon in the Indian soil. Then we will get the good food for our future generation. So we are working for the energy. We are working for this soil mother earth. Then we are working for the energy independence and finally sustainable agriculture for our future generation. My request to the all stakeholders to join our mission. It's beyond the business, it's beyond this. So this is from there. Right.
Thank you very much. This is very interesting, 5,000 plants. I was not at all aware. We have worked for almost a year on healing soils in India because our soils are in ICU.
Correct.
And we need to put a lot
already.
of carbon into it.
Right.
And biochar people are also here and that will increase the efficiency of use of chemical fertilizers also.
Correct. Right.
So I think it's not this versus this, it is this with this.
With this.
I think if we can do that,
Right.
then that would be. Do you have some CSR funds? No, that's what we have been working on that. No, we would love to. We would love to work on this mission since you said.
Right.
5,000 plants. We would love to see how they are progressing, what is happening, and what is the impact on the soils.
See,
we are doing right now soil health surveys in the country because farmers don't have trust in the soil health cards which the government has done. So there's a lot of things.
So last year, we applied almost 1 million tons on the FM to the farmers and 0.25 million soil carbon back to the mother earth. And this year, our plan is the 4 million tons of this year, fermented organic matter.
We want to see that.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
We will show you. We will show you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is very interesting and some new addition. Next one is Mr. Vinod Kumar Goyal, Secretary, Soluble Fertilizer Industry Association. I think this is where we can make a big difference. One, soluble fertilizers are not subsidized, right?
Yes, sir.
Second, the nutrient use efficiency, normally solubles are through the fertigation process.
Yes, sir.
Literature says it is almost going to 90%.
Yeah.
Whereas granular is 35–40%.
You're right, sir.
Why we don't convert everything
Into
solubles and fertigation? We will definitely reduce the fertilizer consumption by half because your nutrient use efficiency doubles.
Doubles.
Right?
Exactly, sir.
And
You're right, sir.
that's the way, because then you don't damage the environment.
Exactly.
Right? There is no nitrous oxide going in the atmosphere or leaching in the groundwater and all that.
Yeah.
So you have all win-win situations. Why it has not spread like wildfire? We see it in some horticulture, farms here and there. What is holding it back?
Yes, sir.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for calling me here. And this is the right perception. Dr. Saab has given me the sahi मुझे दिशा दिया है, direction दिया है to talk about today. I am representing Soluble Fertilizer Industry Association, SFIA, as a Secretary General. And what डॉक्टर साहब ने जो बोला है उस पे हम लोग उसको अपने पर्सपेक्टिव से देखते हैं. वी आर रिप्रेजेंटिंग SOMS. S means soluble fertilizer, O means organic fertilizers, M means micronutrients, and then biostimulants. Together, these four are the solution to give the thing which we are talking about. Soluble fertilizers and all these four together, these are specialty fertilizers. These are smart fertilizers. And in SFIA, we have the members which are manufacturers as well as importers, all in FCO network. Within the FCO law framework, we are the manufacturers and importers. If used properly, Dr. Saab is right, we can reduce subsidy burden.
reduce subsidy burden because of number one, we are non-subsidized fertilizers, high efficiency fertilizers. और एक बात मैं यहाँ पे ऐड करना चाहूँ, डॉक्टर साहब ने बोला अभी नाइट्रस एमिशन, वे हम कहते हैं उसको नाइट्रोजन लीचिंग. In soluble fertilizer technology, we have so many products, just like we have DMPP product, which is basically it's a slow release fertilizer in soluble form. और it stops nitrogen leaching. वो नाइट्रोफिकेशन बैक्टीरिया को सुला देता है, तो उससे अमोनिया फॉर्म डजंट गेट कन्वर्टेड इनटू नाइट्रेट, और वो अपना यूज़ को 1 महीना तक डिले करता है, और उससे प्लांट को 100% परफॉर्मेंस मिलता है. जस्ट लाइक ये पानी का बॉटल मुझे दिया और मैं पूरे सेशन में इसको पानी को पी सकता हूँ, प्लांट भी अपनी लाइफ साइकिल में उसको एक नाइट्रोजन के यूज़ से उसको पूरा क्रॉप साइकिल तक पकड़ सकता है. और ये ड्रिप के माध्यम से या ड्रेंचिंग के माध्यम से या स्प्रे के माध्यम से हम इस SOMS को पूरा शेड्यूल को हम लगा देते हैं, तो हम लोग जो है क्रॉप को सब्सिडी फर्टिलाइज़र की ज़रूरत बहुत कम हो जाएगी, बहुत कम हो जाएगी. और एक जो इम्प्रेशन है, डॉक्टर साहब ने बोला कि वाई नॉट आउटसाइड हॉर्टिकल्चर. आउटसाइड हॉर्टिकल्चर इंडिया में सब्सिडी फर्टिलाइजर SOMS फर्टिलाइज़र बहुत यूज़ होता है, बहुत बिग क्वांटिटी में यूज़ होता है, और हर फार्मर जानता है, क्योंकि ऑर्गेनिक फर्टिलाइज़र ये जो SOMS है इसमें बहुत सारा जो कंटेंट है ना, वो मेक इन इंडिया पहले से ही है. दूसरा मैं चाहूँगा आपको बताना कि whenever we are using SOMS, basically we are enhancing the quality and quantity of the harvest. There is enough scope of making this SOMS in India. This is a low cost, high performance solution to the issues we are discussing in this forum today. SOMS fertilizers are basically low salt index fertilizers. जो सॉयल हेल्थ की बात हम लोग करते हैं, इससे सॉयल हेल्थ ख़राब ही नहीं होता, क्योंकि ये लो साल्ट इंडेक्स है, इसमें कुछ बचता ही नहीं. हम लंच करने जाएंगे, हम लंच में प्लेट में उतना ही खाना लेंगे जितना हम काम ले लेंगे, खा लेंगे, प्लेट में कुछ जूठा नहीं बचेगा. ऐसे ही प्लांट को जो भी हम फर्टिलाइज़र डालेंगे वो बचेगा ही नहीं सॉयल में, तो उसमें रेजिड्यू आएगा ही नहीं. और जिसकी प्योरिटी ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड्स मेंटेन करते हैं, तो जो क्वालिटी ऑफ द एक्सपोर्ट आइटम है उसको इम्प्रूव बहुत अच्छा हो जाता है. तो विद SOMS वी कैन हैव द सॉइल हेल्थ इश्यूज ऑलमोस्ट निल, ऑलमोस्ट निल. With low sodium and low chlorine, we are having high quality soluble fertilizers. SOMS is an entire package of Super 17 essential nutrients plus 5 hormones. Everything. अब इसको कैसे फैलाना है, SFIA का काम है इसको प्रमोट करना और इसको इस लेवल पे लेके जाना कि हमें जो है वो हम सब्सिडी फर्टिलाइजर का बर्डन गवर्नमेंट पे से कम कर सकें. उसके लिए हम लोग रेगुलर रिप्रेजेंटेशन में हैं. हम लोग जुलाई के महीने में गांधीनगर में फिर अपना सेमिनार करेंगे हर साल की तरह, और इसमें ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस इन इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरर इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. और उसके लिए हमने सेवरल रिप्रेजेंटेशन INM को दिए हैं, हमने सॉल्यूशंस भी मिले हैं टाइम टू टाइम, और यदि इसको आगे बढ़ाएंगे तो हम जो है वो अपने मकसद में पूरे हो जाएंगे. Adoption of SOMS in ICR crop training programs and research work is also very important. क्योंकि इस SOMS को पूरा फार्मर्स नेटवर्क ऑलरेडी यूज़ करता है, लेकिन डिफाइंड नहीं है ICR से. हम लोगों ने पिछले 1 साल में ग्रेप के ऊपर पुणे के ICR में रिसर्च का फंडिंग का के प्रोग्राम कराया, उसकी रिपोर्ट आई है. रिपोर्ट बहुत एनकरेजिंग रिपोर्ट है, और उसको ज़रूरत है रूट लेवल तक पहुंचाने की. डिफरेंट क्रॉप के ऊपर जो ICR के प्रोग्राम होते हैं उस पर लेके जाने की, और हर KVK में उसको पहुंचा के फार्मर को समझाने की. इसमें जो कनेक्शन है वो गवर्नमेंट हमको दे सकती है, और कनेक्शन पूरी इंडस्ट्री हमको दे सकती है. इसी से सर हम हायर न्यूट्रिएंट यूज़ एफिशिएंसी जैसा आपने जिक्र किया उसको कर सकते हैं. और हम इसमें एक इम्पॉर्टेंट फैक्टर हो रहा है जो अभी जिक्र में आया कि जो बायो फर्टिलाइजर है वो इंडिया में इतना डेवलप लो क्वालिटी है, क्वालिटी का इशू है. उसकी बहुत बड़ी वजह है कि जहाँ बायो फर्टिलाइजर प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है, जिस लेवल पे प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है, वहाँ टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटीज़ नहीं है. जो फाइनल प्रोड्यूस निकलता है उसको टेस्ट करके नहीं मापा जा सकता, ना वो मैन्युफैक्चर नाप सकता है और ना ही वो एंड यूज़र उसको पकड़ सकता है कि ये स्टैंडर्ड है कि नहीं है। उसके लिए हमें बायो फर्टिलाइजर की टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी इंडिया में चाहिए, चाहे एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी की टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी को ओपन किया जाए और हम वहाँ पे उन प्रोडक्ट्स को जेन्युइनली टेस्ट करा सकें, उसकी क्वालिटी को। और जेन्युइन टेस्टिंग में यदि हम सपोर्ट देंगे, ये सपोर्ट सिस्टम हमें चाहिए, तो वो इशू भी सर हम क्लोज कर देंगे। योर क्वेश्चंस प्लीज।
Thank you.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
Very useful. Kapil ji, he's one of the grandfathers of the industry now. I think you have spent almost all your professional life in this industry, from Tatas to Coromandel to all this.
I've just completed 45 years in this sector, so
You're like me.
absolutely.
We are dinosaurs.
Yeah, yeah, we are dinosaurs, but rediscovering.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Gulati, for this very important.
मैंने question तो
Oh, I thought I should start with. Okay.
Yeah, my basic thing was because you have that much experience. Tata's was one of the best plants in the country in terms of energy efficiency and all that. And they quit, sold it out to Yara. Was it the subsidy problem that getting it from the government? It's all, you are chained from all sides, legs, hands, everything government will decide. And that's not how industries develop. Was that one of the key things on policy? But we are looking for, we heard a lot about the production side, that we are pretty efficient. We are in the top 10% of the world urea production and all that. But on the consumption side, I don't hear anything. How are we using that? China is more than 50% in NPK compounds, complexes, whereas we are at 9%. So efficiency in consumption increases with complex fertilizers. Why we are not there? What is holding us?
Okay, thank you. Sorry to have preempted you. And let me, the topic of this roundtable, which was given to this panel, is fertilizer demand management and promotion of alternate fertilizers. So when it comes to demand management, and I think somewhere it implies that we need to use less of fertilizers. First and foremost, I think one of the panelists here in the earlier session had very clearly mentioned that, and Dr. Gulati also in his opening remarks mentioned that China produces twice the fertilizer, twice the for food production as compared to us, with about 2.5 times more consumption of fertilizers per hectare level. Now, if that is our status, we have 140 crore people to feed and growing. The food quality is improving, so we need more fertilizers. So fertilizer demand, at least for next 20, 30 years, I don't think we can hope to control. Either we will have to import food or we will have to supply fertilizers. As irrigation improves, as the seed quality improves, fertilizers will be required, necessary. Now, in what form, shape, etc., is a matter of experts. So this is one thing when the demand is going to grow and you are trying to now do the demand management, it could also be in the direction of optimal demand management and not demand curtailment. What we are now, I think, in this crisis situation, what we are trying to do is to demand curtailment so that the supply shocks which have hit us unexpectedly and they seem to be intractable, how do we now meet this demand? And I was wondering why it is so difficult. Because even though I'm not a student of economics, there are a lot of very senior, distinguished economists are sitting here. So whenever I have faced problems in my professional life, I have tried to go back to the basics. And the basic economic principle that I learned in whatever little economics I studied is that demand-supply balance is achieved by price. Why that principle has been allowed to let go? It can be applied anytime. Even the government is applying it in many sectors. So what is so special about fertilizers that we are not able to do that? Sometime, we have created this halo, oh, this is farmers' issue, and we need to deal with that. Now, whatever I'm going to recommend, I think is not, or is being, I think, implied in all the speakers' notes here, is that we are not recommending in any way that farmers and Indian agriculture don't need support. They do need support. They do need more support also, maybe, because of the adverse conditions in which they work, they produce, the risk, etc., that they take. However, giving cheaper urea and subsidy on fertilizer is not a solution. It is given in the name of support to agriculture, support to farmers, but I think it is also causing a huge long-term damage. So how do we correct that? So I think we need to seriously now look at that urea price. If petrol price, diesel price can go up 90 paisa every third day, why can't urea price go up 90 paisa per kg at least once a month, if not more? No, I'm saying see, petrol is bigger sector, diesel is bigger sector. More people are affected by that than just farmers. We have only 14 crore farm families. Rest of the families that country has, another 15, 16, are non-farmer families. So this is just a point to ponder that such a simple solution is eluding us. And I think Dr. Gulati's article is very, very relevant in today's context, that movement of 91 is there for agriculture. Movement of 91 is here for fertilizers. Can we seize this opportunity and do what is most obvious to do? Is to either start doing this 90 paisa per month per kg, or bring it at least under NBS so that a pathway is opened for at least future cost increases to be passed on. Because anything, if you don't put the economic cost, you are going to have problems. Because every other solution is a suboptimal solution, is a restrictive solution. Today we are trying to ration, we are trying to save 1 bag per acre, 5 bags per acre, 3 bags, all that is going to cause stress. All that is going to lead maybe more law and order problems. Is it not going to solve? So that is as far as demand management is concerned. I'm very clear, and if my recommendation, I have communicated to a lot of my friends in the government also, and I keep saying that. I did that for 40 years, but we succeeded partly in getting the NBS introduced. So that is one, where at least a lot of efficiency came, subsidy came down, farmers became more careful about using phosphate fertilizers. But there again, it has been crippled in 4 years ago, in 2021, where DAP was again brought, to make as if urea was alone in the family. It needed a brother or a sister. So you brought in DAP also there. So this is where I think, second point I would like is if we were to redefine the purpose of the entire sector, whether it is fertilizer for industry, for farmers, for policymakers, for influencers, for opinion leaders, I think we need to change that North Star and the purpose to be nutrient use efficiency. It has been alluded by many of our speakers. That will give you the guide path for everything that you want to do. Nutrient use efficiency today is at abysmally low level. I would say it is at times, it is criminal for the society because we are spoiling our water, we are spoiling our air, and then we are saying we are helping farmers. Then we are saying that we are helping the environment. It is not going to happen. So if we make nutrient use efficiency as a fulcrum of our policy, our interventions, our industry thinking, industry also most of the time, we are more worried about whether my subsidy bill will come or not, whether my cost will get approved or not. That's where the energy goes. It doesn't go into finding innovations. Yeah, it is. It doesn't go into look for more products. It doesn't go into, there is so much of advancement happening in biologicals, which, nobody is talking. So all these things, I think we need to look at. I would also share my personal experience. Dr. Gulati alluded to that. In Tata Chemicals, we set up a customized fertilizer plant. We invested almost 3 years and a few crore of rupees in mapping the soil of 25 districts in UP. We identified the crops of those districts, and then we designed certain fertilizers for that, and we invested in putting up a plant. We could not run that plant because any supply of basic raw material like urea, DAP, potash was considered and treated as diversion. And we were barred from taking that. We had to only take damaged material. Good material, no. You are diverting. Farmer needs it. Now that brings it to my, and we then finally, we ran it for some time and the farmers liked it so much that after 2 years of introduction in Badaयूं district, one truck was going. The farmers on the way stopped that truck, paid the truck driver the value of that entire fertilizer, unloaded it. Because they said that when it will reach the shop, I will not get my requirement. That is one, it's an anecdote. It is not that, there was a huge demand for that, but that's the hunger that farmers have. And we are suppressing it. We are not even catering to that. Now that brings it to that, how do we solve this? No, we have a fancy for high analysis fertilizers. 64%, 60%, 63% active nutrient. Word over, I have not seen anywhere, whether it is China, whether it is developed agriculture, that the nutrient concentration in applied fertilizers to the field is 30 to 40%. We did it primarily because the exporters saved on transportation, so they've sold us diammonium phosphate. And we started bringing diammonium phosphate. And farmers have, oh, this is wonderful, and they started using it. Now they've got used to it. So you can't wean them away unless you make a concerted effort. So these are a few thoughts that I would, there's a lot to talk, but I'm aware of the time.
You have a flight also.
So I also
have
have
to
a
leave
flight
at 2
to
o'clock.
take, so I have to leave. So
This
thank you
is
very much.
Music to my ears. I did my PhD on price policy. So it's if we can do these price reforms, unfortunately, the political economy operates in a different manner. And that's where the two clash. But we are saying not increase the prices and not support the farmer. We are saying whatever you are giving through price subsidy, you give it through income support and free up the prices. So this communication has to be done very well. And then the product innovation and all these things will automatically come. And
India is a country of entrepreneurs.
Yep.
And you give them an opportunity of little demand,
Yeah.
they will come.
Yep.
If nothing else, I worked with Mr. Tata for a long time, and he used to say that no other country has as many entrepreneurs and as India has. If nothing else, they will set up a shop, a BD shop, a vegetable vendor. He will also make a living in an honorable way because he starts a business.
Chalo, thank you. Harshdeep ji.
Yeah.
President and Chief Commercial Officer, Paradeep Phosphate. So you should be together.
Yeah.
Okay. How can India transition from volume-based fertilizer consumption towards efficiency-based nutrient management? It's a similar thing
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
why we are not producing those products which can increase the North Star, that is nutrient use efficiency overall. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon to all of you, and good afternoon, Professor Gulati.
Can you press that? Is it on? No. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can hear me.
Good.
I think first and foremost, sir, thanks for enabling such a interesting discussion. It is very much needed, and industry needs it. Before I kind of go to 2-3 specifics on what you've asked, I think there is one stakeholder which deserves appreciation in terms of how the Indian agriculture is. And I'm going to say it by simply saying, Jai Kisan, Aapki Muskaan. It's the farmer who has put us today on such a pedestal that India is one of the largest producers of tea, ginger, turmeric, black pepper, coffee, second largest producer of wheat, rice, sugarcane, and so many products. So let's be very conscious that the Indian farmer, despite all the constraints, with the largest gross cropped area in the country, in the world, 219 million hectare. So we build a very, very effective system. In terms of food security, I think we have done a great job. But now see the paradox of it in a country where we see there is so much of obsession with the mileage. तो हम जब कार लेते हैं तो पूछते हैं कितना mileage देती है. So all of us are very obsessed whether we buy a two-wheeler. But the same question we don't ask in terms of our fertilizer, what kind of mileage the fertilizer is giving. So the urea today, the mileage is 25-30%. So in terms of the nutrient density of it, 33 million metric tons of nutrient being consumed by the country, second largest market. Urea is 22 million tons. And with the efficiency of what sir also mentioned in terms of NU being the North Pole, the efficiency is 30%. So I think the policymakers are here, Professor Ramesh is here. I think if you're going to hit the hammer on the nail, I think first and foremost thing that we need to work on is improving nutrient use efficiency. So I think let's be very, very particular about it. So partly it can come from the pricing, but at the same time, it's, I think, very, very important to all the scientists and so many research institutes which are there and the industry, that why can't we kind of do some innovations which can just improve the use efficiency of the fertilizer. Mr. Goyal mentioned something, but make a very, very focused effort. One focused effort in terms of improving use efficiency of nitrogen itself can make a big impact. I think I've got some scientists like Pushta. We are trying to do pioneering work in terms of doing biological nano. So that's again an effort in terms of driving use efficiency. And my team knows as Paradeep Phosphorus, we are trying to build the high nutrient use efficient fertilizers. It's what we call the EV range, the electric vehicle range. So like we have been selling a lot of diesel engine cars, the nitrogen, the urea, DAP and other products. But the highly efficient fertilizers are the nano fertilizers, the biologicals, the biostimulants, and there is no competition. Organic carbon is imperative in the soil, and I think Dinesh mentioned it. There is a need for the overall agriculture to become efficient and produce results to put organic carbon in the soil. But I think I also would like to clarify to people, sometimes they build hubris of trying to do agriculture without chemical fertilizers. That's not something which is a practical thing. What we have to do is a combination of organic fertilizers must, along with balanced nutrition of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash. So that's how I look at it. Even a very simple thing like correcting the soil pH. Today, most of the Indian soils are alkaline. And we know the nutrient use efficiency is enhanced if you probably put gypsum or special products into the soil. That itself can help the pH come to the neutral level and you can improve the nutrient use efficiency. Coming to my organization, Paradeep Phosphates, we are a 4 million ton play in the country today, pan-India presence, with a very focused portfolio of nitrogen, phosphorus, potash, micronutrients, and high NU fertilizers. We partner with OCP, and we've been pioneers in terms of bringing to the farmer TSP and the phosphatic fertilizers to the ground. And we build up a lot of awareness as far as farmers are concerned in terms of using alternate fertilizers, sir. The time is short, so I'm going to keep myself restricted. The issue of NUE, the nutrient use efficiency, is there for phosphates also. And there are ways, whether it's phosphate solubilizing bacteria or other ways, how we can improve the overall efficiency of phosphates also. So that's what I'd like to, sir, share with you. And there are a lot of other thoughts, and some other time we can share
Thank
that.
you very much. We have exceeded by 5-6 minutes. Madam, if I can take 3 minutes. Well, I have to thank all my panelists here. Also, the earlier session, we are extremely grateful to all of you who have come here, and I can see the hunger. I can see you are more wedded to the food for thought than your stomach. Just last 2 comments I want to make. This particular session is organized by Vertical, what we call APSI, Agriculture Policies, Sustainability and Innovations. That's what we have. And agriculture policy role has been, I think every speaker has said that is holding back India's real potential in fertilizer usage and production. Sustainability and innovations will come out of the policy in a big way. But something is happening. And what is happening, I normally look at 4 parameters. Is our policy right? Which requires a major change. How do we do that? I think we have to convince. Products. Are we getting the right products? You said the granular urea efficiency is only 30%. So we are not getting the right products, right? Because of our sloppy policy, there is no innovation coming up. If the new products come in, then can we get the practices changed of the farmers? Mr. Raghavan hasn't been able to give us some details on biochar. He is promoting biochar and he has transformed a part of Madhya Pradesh, Keno Park, Gujarat. So there are so many products, but we need to change the practices of the farmers, which is skill formation and a lot of training, and it's all your CSR activities should be towards, taking care of the soil, and if soil improves, then our crops will become healthy. And then your health will be taken care of, human health. So from that angle, but all this policies, products, practices require a lot of partnerships. You can't do in isolation. And that's where I think our effort is here with the industry, with the policymakers. Unfortunately, there are not very practicing farmers here right now, but ultimately they are the users. And they will tell you, when nano urea came, we went to Punjab and talked to farmers. They said, what is this? Nothing. We don't want to use it. This is being tagged and Jabardasti hame diya ja raha. And then I talked to Mr. Avasthi, IFCO's grandfather, and he said, yes, there was a problem with the earlier bottles. It had only 5% N, and now they have improved it to 20% N. Now, how it was released with 5% N when farmers are rejecting? And it was released from the highest level. So there are so many things on the way that we need to improve. But this is such a critical sector because the food security of this country depends on this. And the time to do the change, one is Kiki. You said Kiki, the crisis and opportunity. I feel food security as on 1st of April, rice and wheat, our rice stocks were 5 times the buffer stock norm, 5 times. And our wheat stocks were 3 times the buffer stock norms. So even if a little bit here and there goes wrong, we have ample food, at least rice and wheat, to take care of our needs. So if this crisis, first Kiki, is converted into opportunity, I think we will succeed, and that is the wise option that we can do. Yes, please.
So, I think so. I think two things which I would really like to reiterate what you said. One is building an ecosystem of like-minded people, very essential. But on policy front, we introduced a fertilizer which is liquid urea ammonium nitrate.
Yeah.
Now that's what 5% nitrogen for the world comes from urea ammonium nitrate. And as of April, that product has been banned in the country. So see the efforts in terms of
Can we make
diversification.
a small group to really look into this, where policymakers who have been in that chair, and create a strategic paper for the PMO, because all the policy making in this country has gone to one.
And on the policy making, sir, on one side, we have got a Zepto and all these apps which deliver to your house within 5 minutes. And we are now trying to put a policy where a farmer has to pre-book 2 bags of urea. So we are going back in time
We are
in terms of how
Soviet Russia time, that how much you can eat, how much you can get. This is all controls. This has
Gulati,
failed. This has failed.
I'll just add one more line, even though I have to leave. I think we have to remove this addiction of urea.
Mhm.
And this has become opium for our soils.
You're right.
Okay. And if you continue to sell at 7-8% of its economic cost, you can imagine what will happen.
That's exactly the price reforms that you need.
No farmer, we cannot blame farmers for it. We have to, just get the price right.
This is what the message of the day is. No sermons will work. What the invisible hand of the free market price mechanism.
Please give money. Please put it in his pocket. Let him be the decision maker. He's intelligent. He knows what to do.
I need to wrap it up and thank everybody here, including my team that has organized all this. And the lady of the day, of course, is Ritika, who gave a wonderful presentation. And Sulakshana, anything that we need to? Questions? Okay. Oh, you have to go. आपको भी जाना. देखो ये question नहीं face करना चाहते आपके. I will. Oh, 1 second. Photograph. With media, we will have a briefing. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thanks a lot.
I didn't address your Tata Chemical question, which I'll do private.
Sorry, you had some question?
My question is to Mr. Goyal as well as to
Okay.
If you see the CACB report this year, time on Rabi, we have categorically